Hello, welcome, Jazz Unicorn Sparkle. Nice name. We're just about to get started with some celebrity readings, but be sure to follow for when I do horoscope and personal reading live streams. All right. Oh, you're a Taurus, I think. The emojis are popping up really small on my screen. Get started. Like I fixed it. I can see all the chats. Welcome to my sparkly corner of the internet. I'm Shine, and this is Divine Shine Tarot with another celebrity reading live stream. Tonight I'll be reading on many celebrities, including Stefon Diggs, Chris Brown, Drake, Beyonce, Diddy, JLo, Olivia Rodrigo, Lisa from BlackPink, and maybe a few more of your requests if I have energy. For those that will watch the replay on YouTube, timestamps and link to book a reading will be down below. I do celebrity readings for fun, but my passion is actually helping real people like yourself. So consider booking a reading. If you'd like to see a specific celebrity reading, you can attach your request to a donation. But the best support is free, so hit that like button and subscribe so that I can continue sharing these celebrity and horoscope readings with you. Okay, now let's get started with the readings. On live streams, I try to just do brief readings, not deep dives, since I do so many different readings at once. I will give background before each reading while I shuffle for me to connect with the energy of each person and also to give you context. Remember, these readings are for entertainment. Wait, what came out? Oh, that's actually a nice card. Gift, reward. Aw, I like that. I'm giving my gift to you all. Hopefully the universe will give me a gift in the return. All right, let me just finish up my intro here. Remember, these readings are for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards. All right, so let's get started with the first topic that was kind of active this week. Let me pull up my visuals. Oh, hello, Love Bee. And hello, Boo Boo Dan Boo Boo. What a name. Welcome. Hi, Kai Cenat. Yes, Beyonce Act 3 release. I recently did a couple readings on that, so be sure to check the red app, the tube that's for you, so that you can see the replay of those readings. So let's see if I can pull up my visuals and start on the first topic for tonight with you all. Stefon Diggs and Chris Griffin, or Chris Griffith. I confuse his name with the character from Family Guy. Very similar. Chris Griffin, but this guy's name is Chris Griffith. There we go. Chris Griffith, Christopher Blake Griffith, is a former friend of this professional football player, Stefon Diggs, who is currently suing him with accusations of assault, sexual assault, and possibly even whatever this says right here, DRUG, so on and so on. Have to keep it PG because some of these platforms are very sensitive. So you guys can read it yourselves. But basically, it seems that this has caught a lot of buzz within this past week because this male is claiming that Stefon Diggs and he had a very close relationship, close enough for him to, I guess, proposition him or extend advances towards him. And so this is the baby daddy or the father with Cardi B, a rapper. They share a child that they recently had a few months ago, and this football player, Stefon Diggs, he also has other children that were born both before and after the child that he shares with Cardi B. Kind of messy, but that's just what is outside these days, I guess. But anyway, he has a history that most would have assumed would be heterosexual because he has all these kids with all these women. But now there is this guy that was working with him in some capacity. I guess they were trying to do like fashion stuff together, who is now shedding light on Stefon Diggs possibly, allegedly being interested in men as well, or being, what would be the right word for that? I'm trying to keep it PG. Or being heated enough to not discern between a woman and a man, I guess. I guess he was just that full of the hormones that he just was ready to go with whatever. So, not really surprising from a guy that has that many kids in such a short amount of time. But what made it get even more spicy was that Stefon Diggs' famous baby daddy, Cardi B, jumped in. She started popping off a bit and saying that whatever Christopher Blake Griffith, Chris Griffith, sorry, how do I say this briefly? It keeps tripping me up. Whatever Chris Griffith's accusations were, that he's lying, that he was just trying to rob Stefon, all while Cardi B wasn't even with him at the time that these accusations and this incident that Chris Griffith is claiming happened. So she jumped in to say some things over a man that everyone thought she was separated from, since we did see earlier this year during the Super Bowl or after the Super Bowl that Cardi B and Stefon Diggs seemed to have a falling out. They popped back out again a couple months ago for Mother's Day, and then recently Cardi B has been seen with the very attractive, very problematic and toxic, perhaps allegedly, have to make sure everything is covered with the allegedly blanket, but the very attractive Maduka Okoje, which I recently covered in a reading. But anyways, that's not stopping her from running back to go say something to defend her baby daddy. So she jumped in, and because of that, it seems like Chris released a series of text messages that seem to be part of the proof that he will be presenting in this case as it moves forward. So I guess where it currently stands, it's not I believe he said something about how it may proceed to discovery or whatever moment he's waiting for, according to what he's been saying in these kinds of interviews that he's been doing recently. He's been on quite a few different podcasts. It seems like he's looking forward to this, I'm assuming, a trial, so that he can actually show and prove his truth. And I guess releasing the text messages as well as a series of photos is just the beginning of him trying to prove his allegations. And I don't know if this is supposed to clear his name or just whatever it is that he's trying to do with that. I don't know if this is a civil case, in which case he would be looking for a certain amount for the damages, or if this is a criminal case where he's looking to get Stefon thrown in jail. But the later would make more sense, since Chris claims that he was jumped by Stefon and Stefon's brother, perhaps even someone else involved. I didn't follow this too much. It's just that the headlines kept coming out, so I said, okay, I got to do a reading on it, because everyone kept asking what's going to happen with the outcome of this case. It seems like this video is I don't know if it's the actual, yeah, ooh, never mind, let me scroll. Looks like that's the actual video of Chris being physically assaulted, attacked perhaps even. And he's saying that this is because he turned down Stefon's advances, and so they decided to get violent since he wasn't with it. So, a friendship with two guys that were from the same region. Wait, look at this picture. Okay, Stefon. Why they doing you like that? Or is that just how you really do it? Okay. So these two guys, Chris and Stefon, originally from the DMV, who sort of kind of linked to do work, fashion things, are now in a major fallout and a legal battle. And so I'm going to pull some cards to see what they say about what was the true history of their relationship, what was the true nature of the relationship between Stefon Diggs and Chris Griffith. as well as what will be the outcome of this case. I think my notes said that they have an upcoming court date either in October or maybe it hasn't been set yet. Definitely something later this year if this case advances to the stage of trial. So I don't even know what stage they're in right now, but we're covering quite a couple, quite a few legal cases tonight, so I might be confusing them. So let's see. Ooh, fear in reverse, but I didn't finish shuffling, so we'll just keep that in the back of our mind. Let me actually do a bridge shuffle here. Ooh. All right. Spirit, what was the true nature of the relationship between Stefon Jeremiah Diggs and Christopher Blake Griffith? Okay, so the first two cards that popped out were copycat, I guess meaning that someone was trying to play the other person close to try to get a blueprint, get a prototype of how to move or how to come up or how to do business or how to dress or something. So one of these two men, sorry, it's so noisy. I mean, starting off with the noise. For those of you that are used to my live streams, then you know that that is unfortunately a reoccurring thing that I cannot escape no matter what time I stream. Very distracting and disturbing to do this kind of spiritual energetic work. But here I go again, trying to persevere. All right, so copycat. So it seems like one of these two men, Stefon or Chris, were trying to gain proximity to the other in order to emulate something or get the game, how to do something in terms of how to look, how to move with business, how to get the connections. So there were some intentions in this relationship to come up somehow, and I guess people would assume that that would be Chris trying to gain proximity to whatever Stefon's network as a athlete, professional athlete slash celebrity would be. But then we have this optimism card that came out in reverse. And so I guess that indicates negativity. This is optimism, hope, wish, promise. So maybe there were some false promises made. Maybe this idea of, hey, just shadow me for a while and I can connect you to a great network of people that can help you build out your career ambitions, whatever it is that you're trying to do, your business things. And these false promises were probably something that were used in order to create closeness in the relationship. Let's pull a few more cards out to kind of get some clarity. Alternatively, this could be saying pessimism, like someone already had a negative outlook on something coming into the relationship or friendship. So let's, oh wow, look, here's that fear card again in reverse. I wonder what that means. So someone suppressed their fears or came into this fearlessly. What I'm getting from this is someone was moving like they're invincible, like they can't be touched, like I can do whatever, I have no fears. Sounds like that might probably be Stefon Diggs from what we are hearing in the allegations that have come out in this case from Chris Griffith. So maybe this is expressing a sort of boldness that Stefon may have had in the way that he was acting with this Chris guy. Trying to see if there's anything else I can get from that. No fear. No fear. I mean, the only other thing would be like you're coming into something fearlessly. You're thinking that you're comfortable, you're safe. You have this false hope that you're going to be able to get the game, get the connections, and come up. But I guess this is also communicating that Chris's guard was down, or someone's guard was down. If not Chris, then Stefon. Excess, too much, gluttony. Okay. So someone was doing too much. Either Stefon was doing too much in moving too comfortable, too bold, and too brazen in his advances in what he expected from this friendship, or how he deals with all of the people in his social circle, because it seems like it's a reoccurring thing. At least this year, this is the second big legal case that we're seeing for Stefon, and someone that is relatively in close proximity to him. So someone in his social network. The previous case was with someone that worked with him, but also turned out to have a sexual relationship with him. It was a private chef, and that case played out shortly after the Super Bowl. So it's getting pretty messy to have a pattern of legal cases with people that you were close to or cool with. And Stefon claims that these are people that were actually trying to take advantage of him. So if we were to interpret it through that lens, then this could be saying that the people that were coming into Stefon's life, like Chris Blake Griffith, like the private chef, that Stefon claims that they were trying to be greedy and take from him, while the other side claims that it's the other way around, that Stefon is the one that is excessive and apparently way too comfortable doing way too much. So then we see, ooh, interesting. This is the scarcity card, lack, poverty, struggle, but it came out in reverse. So this idea of excess is repeating, but in a way that is problematic, because if you are coming out of a scarcity mentality, so it's basically saying like new money, like people that have come out of struggle and now they're newly in the spotlight with the fame and the money and the access, then this card is giving some color to what the energy or the behavior of whoever this person is. Both Stefon and Chris are from the DMV area. I didn't get the details of how old Chris is, but Stefon is 32. He's a Sagittarius from Maryland, and Chris is from that same region. I would assume close to the same age. So this could be either one of them, but it's feeling like these last few cards were more pointing to Stefon, saying that Stefon is fearless and does too much and moves very comfortable and bold. And part of that, perhaps greed and gluttony or comfort and desire for excess, is due to someone that came out of a struggle / scarcity mentality and is now with the resources to do better and be better and enjoy abundance, but they are still operating from this foundation, which is why we're seeing that it's just a very problematic lifestyle that he seems to be leading, or a very problematic social network that he has at this time, if it is resulting in all of these legal issues and accusations. So, oh wait, one more thing. Scarcity, lack, poverty, struggle. Going back to this copycat and false promises, someone was clearly trying to get out of a struggle by being in this friendship, relationship, business partnership, whatever it really was. And while it did feel like this was first pointing to, I keep forgetting their names. Okay. While it felt like this was more speaking about Stefon's character, this could also be saying something about Chris, in terms of Chris is in need of getting out of a situation of scarcity, of poverty, of struggle, because I believe part of the things that Chris is alleging, at least in some of the interviews and podcasts that he's been on, is that he hasn't gotten paid for work. I guess not only from Stefon, but also from some other people that he was speaking about in his interviews. So that card actually has some duality there. It could apply to both of them. Ooh, yeah, this is actually doubling down on what I just said. There was a contract in place. This says contract, commitments, obligations, agreements. So they had a deal, and someone broke that deal. Someone broke their end of the deal. And I wonder if this might also be saying something about a settlement, because it could be, the way I'm seeing like the hand, I don't know if you guys could see the visual. Let me get it closer to you. This could also be saying like just a visual of someone sliding a paper on the table, like just sign this and it could all go away, you know? So is this perhaps also pointing to a potential settlement? But again, I didn't do enough research on the actual legal case because it sounded like there was already something awarded to Chris, and that this is perhaps a countersuing now that Stefon is doing, or I don't, it seems like it's gone back and forth a bit already. So it's not like the case is just getting started. But if there was a settlement already or some sort of reward from a previous legal case related to this, then maybe there will be another one, or it could be saying that that agreement will impact whatever we see unfold in this case. But let me get more cards out to try to get some clarification. Oh, union. Interesting. Okay. So the allegations in this chisme, in this in this case between Chris Griffith and Stefon Diggs, the professional NFL football player, are that perhaps Stefon allegedly may also be bisexual, interested in men, not just women. And so this is the first card that we're getting out that kind of indicates something in that realm, in that world, in that energy. So either someone wanted to get closer to the other, or they may have actually had a little something. And so in the interview podcasts that Chris has been doing, I believe it was like the Vlad interview or something, someone directly asks Chris, yeah, it was probably Vlad or Art of Dialogue, I forget. They directly ask him, how do you identify with your sexual orientation? And he made it very clear. He said, I'm a heterosexual straight male, but I could see how people could, think, gay or whatever. I forget the exact words, so don't quote me on that. But he then goes on to say that he looked back on the memories of Stefon taking him shopping. Like they'd be out as a group, I guess. That was one of their activities. They'd go out shopping, especially since he was like doing fashion stuff with him, potentially looking to build a fashion line for Stefon and Blake. Sorry, it's hard to keep the names. I keep on messing up the names. Chris. Yeah, there we go. And Chris was basically saying that in hindsight, he realizes that, oh, okay, that was special treatment, but I didn't think much of it. Like he was including me in the shopping for all the girls, but other people weren't getting dibs on the shopping. They weren't getting splashed out on. They weren't part of, the coins that were being dispersed by Stefon. And so now he's realizing, oh, okay, that may have been more than a friendship from Stefon's part, but this is me speaking as if I was Chris. Chris wasn't looking at it that way, is what he seemed to have been disclosing in that interview. But this is saying, contrary to what Chris said in that interview, they may have actually had a little something. Interesting. Allegedly, no facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards. Now, Chris is really cute. Like, I'm not mad at you, Stefon. Get it how you want it, but I assume that as a football player in that professional athlete world, there's something about them wanting to seem very masculine, very macho, and the baby daddy, having all the baby mamas is a part of proving that masculinity of consuming women and, showing that, I'm just like a super manly guy. But there's been whispers about Stefon's sexuality for a while, particularly once he started to pop out with Cardi B and get a little more famous, a little more spotlight. And so now that we're in this case with Chris and Stefon, and we're, getting a version of how Stefon may approach these things, it's not hard to believe that there may have been something between the handsome, problematic Stefon Diggs and the cute Chris Griffith. Like, if you are fluid in the rainbow community and you're swinging it both ways, you're going to get with all the hot Instagrammy baby mamas, and I guess you would swing it over to a Chris Griffith with the bluish greenish eyes and the, the mixy complexion. Like I assume if you're if you're playing both sides, you would go for that. So it's not hard to believe that they may have had more history than Blake Griffith. Chris Griffith is willing to, let me say his name again, than Chris Griffith is. Hi, yes. Sorry, I'm getting distracted when I see the chats. Let me just make sure that I'm still visible. Yes. All right, here we go. One more time. Forgot what I was actually saying. What was I saying? Yeah, then what Chris Griffith would actually like to admit. So there you go. For those of you that assumed that anyway, it looks like this card is kind of doubling down on that idea. Oh no, this has spell work. Yikes. Who's playing with the black magic? Put it down. Oh no, spell work, black magic, curse, hex. Someone's cursed. Someone has bad juju, bad karma. Someone just can't catch a break. And we don't know much about Chris, so I would assume this is about Stefon. I would assume this is about, because we know more about Stefon and how messy things have been for him since we've seen him in the spotlight. So I guess this is saying that chaos and toxicity follow Stefon, not only because of his choices, but because there is perhaps some negative karma that paying back or that is following him from his lineage, from his ancestors. There's something that is cyclical here. There's a cycle of bad karma and toxicity. Projection. Oh, projection. So putting it on to the other person. So maybe whatever feelings or attractions Stefon may have had for Chris, he projected it onto Chris in terms of like, I'm feeling you, I'm sure you're going to be feeling me because I'm dropping the coins on all the fashions and we're out here living the lifestyle. The pictures that Chris uploaded after Cardi B went on her rant, the pictures that he uploaded to show how cool Chris and Stefon were and how much time they had spent, and the body language in those pictures was very comfortable and very like, that's my boy, like I'm having fun, like like we're comfortable and we're happy, we enjoy spending time together. A lot of people in the comments were like, never seen him this happy next to Cardi or any of the other baby mamas. So it definitely felt like, if there's any truth to the allegations and the history that seems to be popping up in these cards, it felt like Stefon projected his comfort or his attraction for Chris onto Chris. He thought that it was reciprocated, or naturally that it would be reciprocated because of how comfortable and bold and fearless he was moving with it. Oh, but then we have the emotional manipulation card in reverse. So someone indeed was being emotionally manipulative, but it didn't work. And that's part of that bad karma, bad fortune, this curse, this hex. Someone not getting their way because whatever you're doing to other people, it's coming to, it's catching up with you on the other side. Ooh, and now we have exposure bear reveal. So someone's being exposed through this case. Someone is probably not wanting to disclose the fact that they are attracted to men, if there's any truth to these allegations. And that's why it is unfolding the way it is now, in terms of it turning into a legal battle and turning into this messy receipts situation. And, Chris trying to clear his name, Stefon trying to clear his name. I am not really surprised, unfortunately, because, in the celebrity, famous athlete world, it gets pretty messy. And in modern day, DL men or bisexual men, it seems to be very common in that world, unfortunately, especially if you see someone that has already exhibited toxic patterns, toxic behavioral patterns via having so many baby moms and uh, having several instances of alleged assault, abuse, or whatever else is out there in such a short amount of time. How old is he again? Yeah, he's only 32. Oh, but he's a Sagittarius, so I don't know. Sagittarius has got that fire, but if it's put in the wrong direction, all that energy put in the wrong direction can actually backfire. So then we have this guilt and remorse card, but in reverse. Look at that. So this coming after this exposure card, meaning that someone is now forced to come out of the closet somehow, like their sexual orientation is on blast, and they don't even feel bad about it. They are just like, whatever, let me just salvage whatever I can because I'm bold and fearless. So again, it's feeling a lot like Stefon in these cards. I kind of want to just take a look at one more. Oh, look at that. Player non-committal. Yeah, Stefon is for the streets. He is outside and he's about that life and he feels no shame in his game. Look at the rainbow behind him. Okay, allegedly, no facts, no truth. Just reading the cards. But I wanted to, and this says stalker surveillance. I'm kind of just feeling like this is an extension of that first card of someone trying to gain proximity to gain advantage, since we did see the emotional manipulation card. So perhaps Stefon saw the benefits in getting close to Chris to perhaps manipulate and finesse his way into having more than just a business partnership. And Chris saw benefits in gaining proximity to Stefon in order to gain more connections for whatever business and fashion things he wanted to develop. So keeping your eye on someone is perhaps just an extension of that, gaining the proximity to learn and to grow and to get the social climate connections. But also, this could be saying that there's a lot of receipts. There's a lot of proof because someone kept an eye. This stalker, spy, surveillance, invasion of privacy. There was a lot of personal interaction between these two. And so there's probably a lot of receipts of that too. And we will see if they do indeed come out in this legal case. So I think I want to pause it here. Wait, what's this last one? Look at this. Before I wait. Wait, actually these are both applicable. Oh no. Yikes. Oh, that's dark. Wait, illusionist? Okay, so yeah. The bottom of this deck is really talking. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Okay, so this just turned into a whole other thing. I'm going to pause it here. Okay. So we're seeing the promiscuity lust card right after I was joking and saying, oh, Stefon's for the streets. He's trying to just stay outside forever. He's trying to be a player forever, which I think we also got the player card earlier on. But this lust card came out in reverse. So this could be saying that Blake was not with it. So it's kind of corroborating the story so far that Stefon was making advances and he was very comfortable in doing so. And he thought that naturally it would be reciprocated. But Chris was not with that life. He was not about that life. And Stefon sees no problem with it. He does not feel any guilt or remorse because that's how comfortable he is with his lifestyle. So then we saw these cards, which were kind of like, oh, wow. Children card in reverse. So this has children creations, investments in reverse, meaning you do not see your children as investments. You do not look at your children favorably. And for Stefon to have so many kids, it's just, even if he has the money, it's just hard to be there for that many children in that many homes. And that's why there's broken homes. And that's why it's destructive and toxic behavior. So there's no surprise to see a card like this indicating that Stefon doesn't really care too much about about how his decisions are affecting the kids that come out of these relations that he has. It's kind of just neither here nor there. It's just kind of like a charging it to the game, I guess. But unfortunately, then it is followed by this demonic card, which is dark. Yikes. This says demonic, nefarious, diabolical bondage. So something ain't right with Stefon. Maybe there's a bad spirit on him, since we did see this spell work, black magic, curse, hex. Maybe he needs to do some spiritual cleansings, prayer, come to God, whatever it is. He clearly has some negative attachments that has him in this energy of gluttony, excess, greed, doing too much. And it's going to be self-destructive if he continues down that path. Then we see these last few cards. Illusionist. So someone faking it till they make it, or running game on people. The third wheel card, but in reverse. So this says, see this, yeah. So this says third wheel, the other woman, third party. Yeah, this is strongly indicating that Stefon may allegedly swing it both ways. He's happy keeping his hands full with all things. And this could also be saying that, since this was in reverse, that although Stefon attempted to have it all, the gluttony card comes to mind again, having all the cakes and eating all the cakes too, this situation with Chris backfired and it didn't work out in his favor. He just assumed it would, because he's just, again, projecting one of the cards that we saw earlier on, projected his lifestyle and his comfort onto Chris, and Chris wasn't with it. So then, finishing off with this lover card. So this is the second card we're seeing after the earlier card that said union. Second card we're seeing that indicates that there may have been a little more there than just friends and potential business partners. But I will leave it up to you all to decide if you believe that. But let me see. Let me just fix this. I want to see what else was under here to make sure I include this in my conclusion. Yeah, to conclude, it seems like the cards are saying the history between Chris and Stefon indeed leaned a little more than just friends and business partners. But now let's take a look at the cards to see what will be the outcome of all this legal action between them. Allegedly, no facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards. So let's switch the deck. I think I want to try this one out for the future outcome of the case. Let's see what the cards say. Testing audio. Can you guys hear me again? Guys, drop a little emoji. Something just happened with, had to fix my mic. Guys, let me know if you can see me, if you can hear me. I have on longer nails today, and so it's harder to shuffle, but I just thought that they were cute because of the palm trees. You know, it's very summertime. So cute indeed, but hard to shuffle with. For those of you still with me, let me know if you can hear me, if you can see me, so I can continue with these readings. All right. Check my chat and make sure I'm good. All right, looks like I'm good. All right, since we just looked at... Can I get a confirmation that you guys can see me and hear me on all platforms? I saw 2 of them confirm. I just need 1 more. All right, looks like I'm good. Okay, Spirit, we just looked at the cards to see what the history was between professional NFL football player Stefon Diggs and his former friend, current legal case accuser, Chris Blake Griffith. Now, let's see what will be the outcome of that legal case, Spirit. Let's see a few cards on what will be the outcome of the case between Stefon Diggs and Chris Griffith. Okay, too many cards came out, but I think I'll put it there. So the first card that popped out is the Magician in reverse. This is pretty much saying exactly what we saw in the previous reading, the Illusionist card. Someone is deceptive. This is the Master of Illusions. This is someone that uses all of their tools, their resources, their skills, their potential, their power, their gift of gab. They use it in a negative way. They use it to manipulate others. This is possibly even someone who's narcissistic. Then we have Page of Pentacles. Someone's going to get a coin out of this legal case, or someone might be looking to get some sort of financial compensation, financial rewards. Nine of Cups in reverse. Someone is not going to get what they wanted. This is the Wishmaster, that someone gets what they wished for when it's upright, but since it's in reverse, it indicates that someone will not get what they wished for, or they end up getting what they wanted, but it's not what they thought it would be. Six of Cups in reverse. The past is coming back to haunt someone. So this is not a good look for Stefon, most likely. Indeed, what we were seeing in the previous cards, that there may be a lot of receipts, a lot of proof to come out in this legal case. It seems to be repeated in these cards. Either that, or it's saying something about whatever history they shared indeed was soured, it was negative, and it obviously was not great for Chris, but definitely not good for Stefon. I wonder if this could also be saying something about someone from the past contributing to this, like maybe Chris will bring a witness, or even Stefon could bring a witness or someone to testify to blow up someone's plan, since we did see this card after the Nine of Cups, someone not getting what they wanted, or things not being what they expected after they do get it. So there may be someone from the past that contributes to this case. If not, it's just Chris himself presenting all of the evidence from the past that is making this legal suit not look good for Stefon. But I wonder now if this narcissist or manipulator, if it's strictly just Stefon, or could it also be saying that Chris is somewhat manipulative in this? Is Chris manipulating the events, the story, in order to get a bag, in order to get a coin? Let's see what the rest of the cards say. Oh, now I put the card down, but I don't know if it was upright or in reverse. I'm going to just take it as upright for now. This is the Star card, and usually when I see this card in celebrity readings, it indicates something about someone's fame, their brand, their image, their recognition, perhaps even winning some sort of award. In a legal case, we can take that to mean that someone is going to win whatever outcome they were seeking in this legal case. In this case, it would be Chris may win whatever he was looking for. If it's a civil case, then I guess that's going to be money. If it was a criminal case, then I guess that might be jail time. But either Chris is going to win, the outcome of this will favor whatever it is that he was looking for, or this could be saying that Stefon is protected, that his brand and his image will prevail on the other side of this, that he will not be fazed as much by this past and legal case as people think, as Chris may think. Ooh, the truth will come out with this Ace of Swords. The truth will be told through this Chris Griffith and Stefon Diggs case. So again, the idea of receipts coming out in this, which we also saw in the previous cards, it seems like we will get down to the bottom of it through whatever discovery or testimony or evidence is provided in this case. The Lover's card in reverse. Oh, so if they did have anything, obviously it wasn't meant to be between these two, and it's just never going to happen. It's never going to work out for them. and they will never be able to mend their friendship or relationship, unfortunately. But this could also indicate that someone made the wrong decisions long term in terms of perhaps lifestyle or who they choose to allow to have access to them, who they allow to surround them, or the way that they're approaching their life. It could be that Stefon has made a lot of bad choices in his life and it's going to affect him for a long time. The truth will be affecting Stefon negatively for a long time, or again, just saying something about Chris and Stefon will never be cool again after this. Death card in reverse. Someone is trying to avoid the ending, a necessary ending, since the death card is about a necessary transformation and someone leveling up to another and better life cycle. So it's feeling like this is saying that someone, I would assume it's Stefon, does not want this truth to come out, does not want this legal case to fully play out. But it could also be saying that there may be a settlement. For whatever reason, I just got that idea again. I know I saw it in the previous cards a little more clearly, but this idea of not getting something all the way to the end, all the way to completion, this idea of not wanting the truth to come out and maybe nipping things in the bud with a settlement before the whole legal case plays out might be something that we see happen. So either, as the usher says, if they're going to tell it, they're going to tell it all. Either all the mess, all the tea, all the receipts and evidence is going to come out, or the settlement will nip that in the bud before it all gets out, because they see that the receipts and the evidence are so truthful, believable, and perhaps a bad look for Stefon. The desire to have a settlement is stronger afterwards. So we're seeing the 9 of Wands. Oh, yeah, wow. I'm definitely seeing a lot of cards here now to indicate settlement. So let me first start with the 9 of Wands. 9 of Wands upright, the wounded warrior. Someone that is trying to get to the end of something. So they want to reach their goals, but they just have to endure just one more battle or a few more battles. They're so close to getting to whatever it is that they're trying to accomplish. They just have to hold on and wait it out. So it could be saying that that is Chris's strategy, that he's just going to endure for the long haul to try to see this. He's going to try to see this legal case through, even though Stefon and his team may want to end it sooner than later. Hi, Sweet Butter Baby. Yes, look at that. Sweet Butter Baby actually just said, could that death card reverse mean the case will be dismissed? That's exactly what I was just getting at here with the 9 of Wands, where, what's his name, Chris may actually want to push this legal case forward because he so badly wants the truth to be out there, or the receipts and the whatever his story is, he wants to prove it to the world, whereas Stefon's team wants to nip it in the bud with a settlement, or as you just said, a dismissal. Maybe the case will be dismissed. But there are definitely two contradictory energies here, with Chris wanting to push it forward and Stefon wanting the legal case to not advance. But again, the truth will prevail, as we saw with the Ace of Swords, the Judgment card, indicating that someone will rise to their calling. Someone will, I guess, be stepping in their purpose. Maybe part of Chris Griffith's purpose is to expose Stefon. Maybe that's going to help protect other people in the future that may have gotten with him thinking that he's just this cute, hot athlete / celebrity, and the broken homes would have continued. So maybe by Chris bringing this case and exposing this perhaps DL, allegedly bisexual man, it might help protect people in the future. But also, when we see the Judgment card, it could just be saying judgment, like the outcome of the case will be that the judgment will be most likely in Chris's favor, or the settlement, either the settlement or the dismissal after a settlement, whatever it may be, is going to light someone up, because when you hear it, the flute, it's like blowing the horn on someone, blowing up someone's spot. So it's leaning more like, because Chris is pushing so much for exposing the truth and exposing the receipts, even if the case gets dismissed, it seems like the damage is already done. Like, Chris has already left so many breadcrumbs through his digital imprint, like the all the podcasting and interviews he's been doing. He's already, I don't even know what's left for the court, because he's already put so much out there that whatever it is that he's just like, I can't wait till this comes out in court. It's kind of like seems like a lot of the public opinion is already leaning towards believing some of what Chris has been saying, except for the public does not believe that they did not have more than just a friendship business. It seems like they kind of maybe have perhaps experimented a little, and maybe that's part of why Stefon thought that Chris would have been down for more. But hey, let's just wrap this up. So the last two cards that I saw here on the bottom of the decks were the Five of Wands, a desire to no longer fight, as we were saying, a desire to perhaps reach a settlement and not let this whole thing play out. And then we saw the Knight of Wands in reverse, indicating frustration. This is a fire sign card again. Stefon Diggs is a Sagittarius. He's a fire sign. So seeing this card in reverse, frustrated, chaotic, impulsive, someone who's very angry. You're going to be angry because you're not going to get the outcome that you want. So I believe that it might be Stefon that unfortunately does not get the best outcome on the other side of this legal case. Even if he gets it dismissed or gets it settled, it seems like this story is already going to be out there for the rest of his public life, that people are constantly going to refer to this anytime rumors start back up of Stefon's perhaps fluid gender orientation, what do you call it, sexuality, there we go, sexual orientation. So, and we will see. Let me see what the chat is saying. Any surprises here? Any different interpretations? Hello, hi, welcome. You are up late. Thanks for joining. Cecilet, appreciate you. Right, so let's transition into the next reading. Since we're chatting about these guys from the DMV, let's switch to another famous person from the DMV, or I don't know if they're famous, but they're streamer famous. This is Duke Dennis, the streamer, and Kai Cenat, super famous streamer. This was a request from Say Slafe and FQZZQ. They want to know if Kai and Duke secretly like each other more than friends. Oh my God, what's going on with all these successful Black men and the allegations or rumors that they might have the desire to be with more than just women? What's going on? So here we have these two very successful, well, I don't really know Duke Dennis. I know Kai is definitely successful, but it seems like both Kai and Duke, hold on, let me get my visuals right. It seems like both Kai and Duke got their start from the same AMP streaming collective. And through that, they've done, I guess, collabs in their streams. I've never seen a Kai stream. I've seen clips, but I don't really know how that whole streaming world works. I'm assuming that, as we saw in this picture, this looks like Kai's basement. So I guess Duke Dennis will come over to Kai's place for a stream. I'm assuming then Kai might go to Duke's place for a stream, where they just jump in on the stream, like, via Zoom or whatever. But I guess they share history from this AMP streamers collective and them sharing success in the streaming world. And I asked the Googler if there's any romantic history. It said no. Duke Dennis has been linked to other girls, and Kai Cenat recently was linked to the Gigi Gabriela. I actually did a reading on them as well. You can click on the link that I'll add later for you guys to see it, or just search for it on my channel. But let's pull some cards to see if there's anything to it, or what the nature of the relationship is between these two famous streamers. So some quick stats here. Kai is 24. He's a Sagittarius. And Duke Dennis. Denzel Shaquille Dennis. Nice. What a name. He's 32. He's a Pisces. Wait a second. Let me see. 24. Oh, so that's like a 8-year age difference. Interesting. Pisces and a Sagittarius. Okay, and so actually Duke Dennis, he actually started off in the army in Germany. Interesting. And he started off by uploading NBA gameplay. Okay, so he started off as a gamer. A lot of the Twitch streamers started off as gamers. So let's take a look to see what do the cards have to say about Kai Cenat and Duke Dennis for Say Slave and FQZZQ, who have been so anxious and eager to see what the cards say about this streamer that they're very interested in. Let's see if there's anything else between them. Spirit, show me some cards to indicate. Actually, let me switch decks here. I think it's... Did I try this one or this one? Yeah, let me go back to this one. This one gave some pretty interesting messages in my previous reading, so let's see what it has to say for Kai and Duke. All right, let me give it a quick grid shuffle. Oh, Sweet Butter Baby, I see your question. Interesting. I'm actually going to do, if I have the energy, I'm going to do a reading on some of the other ladies, housewives of Atlanta later tonight or on my next stream. So I will include your question whenever I do a reading on them. Sweet Butter Baby wants to know if Britt Edie will win her case against Bravo. I'll pull some. I didn't even know that case was still going on. So I will, I'll include that next time I do a Housewives of Atlanta reading. All right, so right now we are about to pull some cards to see what was the nature of the relationship between Kai Cenat. Well, actually, hold on. Get my notes back up. There we go. We are about to pull some cards to see what was the nature of the relationship between streamers Kai Cenat and Duke Dennis. Full names, Kai Carlos Cenat III. Oh, wow, fancy. And Denzel Shaquille Dennis, Spirit. What can you tell me about the true nature of the relationship between Kai and Duke? Duke, who was also from, at some point, the DMV, right? Someone said in one of the notes, or maybe the Googler was wrong, because I also saw that Duke was from South Carolina. He's from the South. Like, he had spent some time in Georgia and Alabama, and I guess since he was in the army, he was just moving around down there. Whereas Kai Cenat is from New York City, born in Brooklyn, also spent some time in the Bronx. I think now he's based in Jersey. So let's see what the cards have to say about what is the nature or the history of the relationship between streamers Kai Cenat and Duke Dennis, Spirit. Few cards out. I think too many popped out, but I just want to see what it is in case any come back. Let me just do another shuffle here. Okay. Spirit. Oh. So the question is, what is the... No, I didn't finish asking. Just in case it comes back out, we got empowerment, but we also got gossip, trash talk, and lies. Ooh. I hope it's not a frenemies situation, a fake friend situation. Kai doesn't need more of those. No one needs more of those. But Spirit, let's see, what is the true history or the nature of the relationship between Kai Cenat, streamers Kai Cenat and Duke Dennis? So the first card that popped out is impersonation, but in reverse. So someone wants to be like the other. Someone wants to copy the other. And I would assume since Kai is more successful, or at least more known perhaps Duke Dennis wants to get a little bit of Kai's sauce, or a little bit of his, a little bit of the recipe, a little bit of the blessings, favor, fortune, appeal, whatever it is that Kai has to have made him the number one streamer in his niche, in his field, in his for his generation. It seems like Duke would like to lean into some of that. So definitely there's some level of closeness, like playing him close in order to get the game, similar to what we just saw in the reading between Stefon Diggs and his accuser Chris Griffith. But impersonation is a strong word, so it seems like there's a heavy emphasis there on wanting to be like someone else, like wanting to, in the worst case, like for people that believe in, the spiritual destiny swapping thing, someone might want to be taking someone's destiny, and whatever blessings and favor were ordained or intended for one person, someone wants to take that for themselves. So let's see if we get some clarification. Oh my, we're seeing the third wheel card. Ooh, yikes. So when we saw it in the previous reading, it seemed to indicate that Stefon Diggs, indeed, there may be some truth to the rumors that he flows both ways. But in this reading, this is more so feeling like maybe they had a three-way with maybe Duke Dennis and Kai Cenat, allegedly, just no facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards. They may have experimented with a multi-sex situation in the past. This does not say that it was them together. There may have been girls involved, but that's still kind of like yuck. If there's any truth to that, it's like, oh, you guys were maybe perhaps naked in the same room. I don't know. I'm just reading the cards, okay? No facts, no truth, just tarot. Uh-oh, this is a bad look. This says sick, disease, infectious. Oh no, someone might have something. I do not claim these cards as fact. I do not believe it. I'm just reading the cards. I have to keep saying this. Allegedly, no facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle. Okay, so then this says, oh no, this says victim, sorrow, grief, sadness, but it was in reverse. So it's like someone getting over some sort of heartbreak and disappointment. And if someone caught a disease, we would assume like a STI situation, allegedly, no facts, no truth, that someone is probably learning to live with whatever they have caught. Ooh, I'm feeling like I didn't expect for things to go in this direction so soon. I will also say this deck can be very dramatic, so maybe I will switch decks to see if these messages are being reinforced or if things get a little more benign, a little more sanitized, a little more light. But so far the cards are definitely coming out the gate with strong messaging. Yikes. So now we're seeing intuition and we're seeing instability. Someone's crazy. Someone's not in their right mind. These are such strong accusations. I mean, the positive is that someone's intuition is perhaps guiding them in the right direction to avoid the other person, avoid getting closer to the other person. But someone snapped, unhinged, and unstable. I mean, someone's not well in the head. I am surprised to see these cards, to be honest, because these kids are so young. I mean, well, Kai Cenat is young. Kai is 24. The other guy is like a grown man. I guess because they say, I don't know if Duke was deployed like at war in Germany. I mean, obviously there was no war in Germany, but I don't know how that military works, where he may have been like on a combat mission. They say that when people in the military have been exposed to, things close to war or violence and stuff, that it could mess them up mentally. So depending on what kind of deployment Duke Dennis may have had, it could have left some lasting impact on his mental. Maybe perhaps just thinking of another meaning that we could be getting, or a background as to why this card could be popping out, because Kai seems like he is developing really nicely. We haven't really seen anything in his behaviors to indicate that he might be unhinged. Duke Dennis, I don't know much about him. As I was trying to get information for this reading, I saw things along the lines of like he's supposed to be an attractive guy, and they show him with other girls kind of like fawning on him because I guess he's tall. And so if he's supposed to be this ladies' man, discovering that there might be a little ticky ticky boom boom in the mental is definitely somewhat of a red flag, at least an amber flag. So maybe the cards are trying to help out any ladies that might be watching this reading that might be waiting for their shot with Duke. Girls, watch out. You don't know what these guys really got going on. We just did a reading on two handsome men, Stefon Diggs and the other one, Chris Blake Griffith. They are handsome, but things are messy over there. So we're seeing that handsomeness, attractiveness is not saving nobody from consequences of poor choices if they're living a wild lifestyle. So just beware. Looks are not all that it takes for you to discern if someone's a decent person. Things are not as they seem. You cannot judge a book by their cover, because when you look under the hood, as they say, there may be a lot more problems than what you would prefer to deal with. So we'll take a few more. Someone ain't no angel. Okay, someone is indeed a bit disturbed internally, or someone may not be spiritually protected. They don't have their angels on them. I feel like Kai is really protected. I did a couple of readings on him before, and it seems like he has great energy. So unfortunately, it seems like this is more so leaning around Duke. Maybe Duke has not the best intentions for Kai, since we did start the reading off with this impersonation card, and I was getting the sense that perhaps Duke is trying to get a little bit from Kai in terms of, have some of the success rub off on him, since, Kai is younger, Kai is more known and more popping. But again, I don't personally know any of Duke Dennis's stream content or what kind of audience he has. So maybe he's lit in his own right, and these cards could be very wrong. Energy also changes. So it could be giving us a snapshot for one moment in time, and perhaps things have evolved to something a lot more healthy and better now. And this could be just speaking about the past. I don't know. I'm just going to get through and kind of give you guys what it's saying. So here we're seeing the contract card in reverse, saying that someone may not have held up their part of some deal, some, as it says, agreement or obligation or commitment. So whatever these two between Kai and Duke had going on, if they had any business agreements or if they had personal agreements as friends, like, hey, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, in terms of like favor for favor, it seems like one side is doing more favors than the other, or one side is benefiting more than the other, which is kind of what we were getting earlier on in the reading, that it seems like Kai has more to offer. He has more of the spotlight, more of the success, and more of the things that someone like Duke might want in terms of, again, success and in that streaming world. And this could be saying something about how that imbalance may be something that either someone will become aware of, because again, that intuition card that was at the beginning of this row, maybe Kai will become aware of it, or he's already aware that he has a little more going for him than Duke, and that there's an imbalance in that friendship if he continues to give more to Duke in whatever capacity they were giving to each other, like favor for favor, you show up on my stream, I show up on yours, whatever it is they were doing for each other. But let me pull out a few more. Yeah, look at that. Interesting that I was just mentioning business. So this says something about work and job. So I think that's confirmation there that indeed there was some job or work, some business agreement that they had that has not been upheld by one party, and that may have or eventually will sour their friendship, unfortunately. And the Lovers card in reverse. So for Say Slave and FQZZQ, who were so eager to see if they had any romantic history, this is the first card that is loudly saying no. They were not lovers, or at least one of them didn't want to accept from the other if there was a proposal or a proposition made. Someone was not with it, so they did not move forward with any kind of romantic relations. Victory, success, winning, yes. Kai's got all the success, and I guess perhaps Duke has some too. Spiritual gifts in reverse. Someone may not be listening to their intuition. Someone might be blocking whatever gut feelings they have, like ignoring red flags. Whoever's the more successful one is feeling like Kai tends to overlook a lot of the negative characteristics or imbalances in some of the friendships or partnerships that he has. I think that was a reoccurring theme that I saw in some of the previous readings I did on him. So I'm not surprised to see that. But Kai seems to be suppressing his intuition or his knowledge of. Hold on, my leg's falling asleep. Let me just adjust myself. Okay. Yeah, it seems like, oh, 1 second. It just really, when you get the tingly leg. Wendy Williams used to always have to adjust herself. Her leg used to fall asleep too on her show. Okay, so yeah, circulation's coming back. So it seems like Kai may indeed be the kind of person to overlook his gut instinct or his whatever red or amber flags he's seeing from other people in order to keep a friendship going. Oh no! So we're seeing narcissist and we're seeing setup. Hold on, we're seeing quagmire, a setup. So as I was saying, these cards that popped out, we have narcissist and we have quagmire setup. Oh no. So while we do not see much in the cards to indicate that Kai and Duke may have had a secret romantic relationship beyond perhaps experimenting with a three-way orgy situation, maybe perhaps allegedly, no facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards, we are seeing a lot in the cards to indicate that there is or was something going wrong with their business partnership or agreements. Some imbalance where one was perhaps taking more than the other, one was not having, one of them is more successful than the other. So Kai is more successful than Duke. Kai has more to offer, whereas Duke would benefit more from his partnerships or collaborations with Kai. So with all of that business background or partnership background, to then see narcissist and setup, it's kind of feeling like the cards may be indicating some sort of potential falling out or backdooring from Duke to Kai, some sort of desire to set Kai up because something doesn't go right in whatever arrangement they may have had, or if it's an actual contract, an actual agreement. It's feeling like this is saying that Duke might want to continue to benefit from Kai, even after Kai may perhaps put a stop to it. So Duke may go as far as setting him up somehow. Maybe Duke is narcissistic and feeling entitled to continue to have access to Kai because they started from the same streamers collective, the AMP. So these are actually not good cards to see for a friendship. I don't know where they stand because, again, I don't really know much about these two guys other than what I learned for this reading, to do this reading, that they're both streamers, and Kai, I already know that he's successful from past readings. But Kai, if you're friends with this guy, just beware, because it seems like this was a reoccurring theme that came out in the previous cards that I pulled for you, or the previous readings, where I forget, one of them was about Gigi and one of them was just about regular general career and what's to come for your fashion stuff. But it seems like indeed, because Kai has so much success and abundance and he's so young, that it attracts a lot of leeches or people that are entitled, people that are narcissistic, people that want to set him up to take advantage. And it's not to say that Kai is a fool, it's just that he's young. He probably has a good heart. He's probably naturally generous, naturally wants to elevate others with him as he's rising. I'm just going by the energy that I saw around his the clip that I saw of the speech from his streamer awards, the recent one that he won, where he started to speak about mental health. And just it seems like anytime I see clips from Kai, he's very positive and uplifting and encouraging. And so that gives me the sense that he wants to help elevate others as he rises as well. And unfortunately, for other people, they more so feel like, no, you have to carry me up with you. It's not me elevating. It's like they don't want to do the work. They want Kai to like hand out all these favors. And that sours a lot of relationships. And I know in that age range, when you're, young 20s, you want to have friend circles and socialize. And through that, you have people who to share all of this success with. But unfortunately, it's a lonely road at the top, Kai. And people like Duke, while you may have a lot of history with them, the cards are indicating that this is a repeat of some messages that I got in the cards for you previously, that unfortunately all friends have to be dropped off at some point. They're not all meant to come along the journey with you to your final stop. And depending on what the nature of his friendship or business partnership is with Duke, I would just advise Kai to keep his distance. Beware that people want to, as they say, reheat your nachos, or, copy your recipe, just, get your sauce and kind of rise to the level of success that you have without doing the same kind of work or without having the same kind of appeal and charms. They kind of want to just like bully it out of you, or snake it out of you with this whole idea of a potential manipulator slash backdoor situation. So this reading has taken an interesting twist. We didn't see much about the romanticals, but we are seeing somewhat of a warning for Kai to avoid some of these attachments that he has that were once friends. Yikes, look at that. We're seeing liar, and we're also seeing cahoots, some sort of collusion. So I am really surprised to see the cards going in this direction, saying basically Duke might try to set Kai up somehow. There's lies, there's setup, there's entrapment, narcissism, and manipulation, a malignant or covert narcissist. There is cahoots and collaboration, a dark alliance. It might be ganging up, try to go against Kai to try to continue to benefit from him, because there's a sense of entitlement here in the cards and in the energy. So I think I'll leave it there. I mean, just for those people that like to see, the last cards were poison, toxic, harmful, and source. So it's kind of feeling like good versus bad, the good versus evil kind of here. But I'm going to leave it there. And hopefully, if there's any truth to this, Kai can protect himself, keep his distance, put up some boundaries, and, create some distance between yourself and Duke, as well as any other collaborators that may be in that same pocket of not having as much to offer Kai as Kai can offer them. So good luck to Kai and Duke and their friendship. Hopefully these cards are not true and they are just perfectly great friends and streamers. As I was picking up, I just saw again the victim card. I don't know what I did with it, but I had so many interruptions in this reading that I don't even remember what I said for that. Oh yeah, here it goes. Victim, sorrow, grief, sadness in reverse. Yeah, I think I was saying that it was someone trying to get over something that they're supposed to be sad about. But we started off with impersonator. We saw the narcissist and manipulator card towards the end. So it's like this is someone that really can control and manipulate their own emotions to hide whatever their true feelings are. So, for example, if Duke was maybe feeling down about himself, there's a lot of self loathing and self victimization and just feeling that he's, he's compared to someone as successful as Kai, he's may be feeling like less than, feeling smaller, feeling regrets or beating himself up, whatever it is. He may be masking, pretending that no, we're on the same level. Like that's right within my reach. Whatever Kai's doing, I could eventually do it, and I could, I could touch all that success just like him. And so this is kind of giving this idea of like delusion, like you are masking, you're downplaying your true emotions or your true self doubts, your true um self identity to put on this. Oh no, I'm great. I'm jovial. I'm positive. And we're we're buddies. I don't need that much from you. I'm just here just because we've always been like this. But it seems like again, there's some internal conflicts that Duke Dennis may have that may spill over into something to undo the whatever positive relationship he had with Kai. So time will tell. We will see what happens. Good luck to Kai and Duke Dennis. I mean, I did want to see what another deck says just because these cards were so dramatic. So I will do like a super quick pull from here as well, just to see. Because something's telling me that I don't know. I maybe I'm just too optimistic that I just hard for me to believe some of those harsher cards sometimes. But it's always good to get confirmation or clarification. So let me just pull out a few more cards here to clarify this reading that we just did on Kai Cenat and Duke Dennis spirit. What can you tell me about these two two spirits? What can you tell me about these two streamers and what the true nature of their relationship was or is, spirit? If there was any romantic involvement, or as you were just showing me a lot about their friendship and business arrangement, can you clarify some of that history, spirit? What was the true nature of the relationship or friendship between Duke Dennis and Kai Cenat? Oh my, we're kicking it off with the animosity card, and then we also have obsession in reverse. So similar to what I saw at the end of that reading, someone masking their true feelings. So someone's obsessed with the other person, but they're hiding it, they're downplaying it, they're pretending like, no, I don't really, I'm not feeling any kind of ways about him. We're cool. And this idea of having animosity is giving me this idea of hidden animosity. So when someone is secretly obsessed with you, they have a motive that they've made up in their head of like, I have these grievances, and usually the person that they're obsessed with doesn't even know what the grievances are. It's usually just jealousy. It's usually that you are jealous of the person that's more successful or that has more going for them, that makes you remind yourself of things that you don't have or that you would want for yourself that you don't have. And because of that, you build this case in your mind to try to legitimize your jealousy for them. So it's like, oh no, it's not jealousy. It's just that, they said they would do me this favor. They didn't do that. So now there's animosity. There's hidden animosity there. And, no, I'm not taking it overboard by doing all of this stuff to them. I'm not obsessed. So there's some sort of doubts and self-doubt and downplaying, suppression of someone's delusions and true intentions. Unfortunately, it's feeling like the cards are once again trying to say something about Duke maybe not having the best intentions for Kai Cenat in whatever friendship, business partnership capacity they have. Okay. Yeah, no. Once again, confirming for those who asked, there is or has not been a relationship, a romantic relationship between these two. But we saw this self-love card. And since I was just speaking about how sometimes people will do so much to try to create a reason to mask their jealousy, this self-love card could be saying that it's feeling like Kai is somewhat oblivious. Like Kai's in his own world, just loving on himself, loving on his life, loving on his career ambitions, and his streamer university and his fashion stuff. He's just doing him. And the way I'm seeing this figure with the eyes closed and their head in the clouds, it's giving this energy of like Kai's not even aware of how much Duke Dennis may have for him energetically, may have against him energetically. And somehow that's good, because that's kind of saying that Kai is unbothered because he's focused on pouring into himself. But that might be part of these grievances that Duke Dennis may have put in his head. Again, allegedly, no facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards. But it could be saying that while Kai's just doing him and enjoying his success and all his business business endeavors, that is part of what may be creating this animosity within Duke Dennis. Because again, since they both started from that AMP streamer collective, that may be grounds for some sense of entitlement, of feeling like Kai constantly has to do favors for Duke or whatever it is that they do. Again, there could be no truth to this, because I don't even know, as I was saying in the previous reading, I don't know what the true dynamic is. I've never seen their streams. So maybe it's false. You guys that are fans of theirs, or followers of theirs, you guys will let me know in the comments. Okay, Ice Queen, surprise. So someone's pretending to be warmer with the other than they truly are. And maybe when they take off their mask and show their true colors, then the other person's surprised. Again, I would think that is Duke Dennis perhaps taking Kai by surprise, because Kai's in his own world and doesn't realize that there's sharks swarming him. Then we have the it's starting to feel like these are not for them, but basically this is saying like, okay, that's your op, person that you thought was a friend or someone that you were coming up with in the streamer game. That's actually your op, Kai, which I was kind of giving that pep talk in the previous reading. And legal card in reverse. Yikes. What could this be saying? That someone might be trying to do something illegal or just moving wrong, moving dirty. That Duke might try to do Kai dirty. I'm again just so surprised. Is it like the age difference? I mean, how old is Duke again? Denzel Shaquille Dennis. He's not that much old. I mean, 32 compared to 24. It's an 8-year age difference. But in terms of lifespan, a man in his early 30s still has plenty of life ahead of him, if he's not living dangerously at least. But we did see some cards in the previous reading that indicated that someone's health might be at risk. So maybe that's why there's this urgency to recapture the litness of maybe a more youthful time, or a youthful following. So maybe I keep seeing the full name. What's his name again? Duke. Okay, I keep seeing Denzel Shaquille Dennis in my notes. But Duke may be feeling like his window of opportunity to be successful is narrower than Kai's, and maybe that's why he feels like he has to sink his teeth into Kai and drain him as much as possible, or just benefit from him as much as he can, because he has but so much time in his head. I'm not saying that 32 is old. I'm just saying maybe that might be one of the motivators, if there's any truth to this, as to why Duke might feel entitled to Kai and be targeting Kai to drain him or take advantage of him. Ooh, and all that's going to come to an end because we're seeing the endings card. Oh, nails are so long that it's like I'm having a hard time maneuvering today. The endings card and the destruction card. So if indeed this person, this Duke Dennis person, is destructive in Kai's life, it seems like, thank goodness, the universe will remove him. There's going to come an end to that relationship or friendship or partnership or whatever. And I guess that will be destructive also for Duke in terms of whatever his original plan was. Whatever his original plan was will be foiled. So he will not be able to continue to take advantage of Kai because, oh, look at all these cards. I'm actually gonna, it's feeling like it's supposed to be like this. So we were speaking just now about jealous and envy. So all of this jealousy and envy that Duke Dennis might have for Kai, it will not prevail. Like, it will not lead to any additional benefits for Duke. He's just gonna have to stay mad and deal with his own destruction, and they will move on. At least Kai will move on and be unbothered, as we're seeing in these cards. Thank goodness Kai's protected. I think we saw one of those cards indicating that in the previous reading. Maybe if I'm remembering correctly, I might be misremembering. But then there was this documents card. Once again, we're seeing this idea of some sort of agreement, some contractual agreement between Duke Dennis and Kai Cenat, allegedly. Perhaps, maybe this is no facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards. But whatever agreement they had, it is false. It's bad business. It's friendship or agreement or contract or deal that was built on false pretenses. I'm thinking back to the card that was in the previous reading that said something about empty promises, or maybe I'm mixing up the different readings that I've done tonight because I've already done a few. So either way, there's this idea of pretense, or maybe like this contract is null and void. It no longer stands. We've broken the agreement. You know, there's an imbalance here, and it's done. It's over. So the good thing to come out of this is that if there's any truth to Duke Dennis maybe having some animosity or hostility towards Kai, or a sense of entitlement, trying to take advantage of him, trying to get more benefits out of him than what he gives to Kai in return, this at least is saying that that will come to an end. That friendship, that connection will come to an end, and Kai will be okay. All right, so let's see what actually happens in real life for those of you that follow Kai and Dennis, or what's his name again? Duke Denzel Shaquille Dennis. Be sure to come back and let me know what really happens between them. Wait a second. What were these last two cards? Wow, confusion, illusion, and ancestors. Interesting. All right, so let me just get these cards up and switch to my next reading. Check on the chat again. So Chris Brown is unfortunately in legal trouble again. Christopher Maurice Brown, the musician. Wait, hold on one second. See, like the TikTok's frozen. Okay, one sec. Let me double check. Testing audio. Make sure that I am still visible. Testing to make sure I'm visible on all platforms. Okay. Look, I'm good. Seeing motion on my end. Okay, so I just verified that I'm still good on all platforms, so I can continue with the readings. Thank you, Kuchunga. Thank you, Kuchunga, for notifying me. All right, so let's jump into this next reading on Christopher Maurice Brown, the singer-dancer extraordinaire. So Chris Brown, unfortunately, is in legal trouble again. Wait, hold on. Let me pull my notes up again. One more time. Let me kick it off again without so much noise. I hear a lot of noise. Hopefully you guys do not. Hopefully my mic I forgot what it's called, a gate. Hopefully the gate on my mic is working strong so that you guys do not hear all of the disturbances that I unfortunately have to hear. So I'm going to just restart this reading segment one more time. Ooh, these cards are active. They can't wait to speak. All right, that's good. Deck is energized. So, all right, come on now, calm it down. So, Christopher Maurice Brown. Second, my screen just went black. Ooh, so many technical difficulties. Spirit's not trying to let me be great. What's going on? They don't want me to do a reading on Chris Brown? Not be stopped. All right, let's try it one more time. So let's transition into a reading on Chris Brown, the singer, dancer extraordinaire. So Chris Brown, unfortunately, is experiencing legal trouble again. It seems that Chris Brown and his vocal coach pled guilty to one count of affray. I'm guessing that means assault over in London, UK. There allegedly was an incident in a London nightclub back in 2023 where allegedly Chris Brown and his vocal coach attacked the accuser, who was hit in the head with glass bottles. Chris Brown was first arrested on charges for this incident last summer in 2025 when he made a stop in the UK for his world tour. Now he's in the middle of his R&B tour with Usher as this legal action moves forward. Chris Brown and his vocal coach are due to be sentenced this October, which is just a few months away. So let's pull some cards out to see what will be the outcome of this legal situation, this affray that Christopher Maurice Brown has pled guilty to. What will be the outcome? Will it indeed affect his tour? Will he see jail time? What will be the outcome of this legal action for Chris Brown? Queen of Cups in reverse. So there is a feminine that will be bothered by this, will have to experience emotional loss or emotional pain. Is this perhaps saying that Chris indeed will have to spend time away from his family or baby moms or some woman that means a lot to him? This could also indicate that either the people in the legal system or there's someone involved that does not favor Chris Brown. They don't like Chris Brown. When I see the Queen of Cups upright, it usually can be saying that this is someone who likes the person, who loves the person. But in reverse, this is saying this legal action, or if there's a conspiracy behind trying to get Chris Brown, it could be saying that is because whoever's behind it has no love for him. They don't like him. So let's get some more details there. Wow. 10 of Cups in reverse. Indeed. This is about a loss of love. This is about emotional turmoil and disarray. This is about something wrong in one's family, personal life, household, childhood. This could be saying that indeed Chris Brown's family, because he has 4 kids by 4 different babies' mothers, his family might be impacted by the outcome of this legal case, or it could again be extending this message, this alternative message, allegedly, that there may be a network of people like the industry or whoever Chris Brown came up in the industry with, the music and entertainment industry, or the people at the top of that industry. There is some community that Chris Brown is a part of that may be looking to take him down because there is like, we have no love for him. Like, we do not favor him. We do not like him. And there's a desire for seeing a collapse, an emotional collapse or destruction of him. Unfortunately, yikes. Let's see where this is going. Ooh, Judgment card. So indeed, Chris Brown is going to face some consequences here, but I don't know if it's good or bad. Like, will he actually do jail time, or is this karma coming to say that Chris Brown has to finally face the music, finally face some actions of consequences or poor choices, if there's any truth to these allegations and the assault. Well, whatever he pled guilty to, of course, there's some truth to that. But I wonder if this is saying that the judgment is like something that's overdue, like you're finally meeting your calling, meeting whatever you're meant for. This reading so far is a lot more profound than what I expected. Like I thought I would just see something more specific as to what the outcome of the case or the sentencing that we're going to see in October, what that would be. But this is actually seeming like a much bigger thing might come out of this case than realize. This might be the first of several dominoes to fall for Chris Brown. Unfortunately, I love his music. I think he's very talented, but it seems like he has had a history in his personal life or even his public life where there have been instances of people claiming he has aggressed them. He may have gotten physical with them. And unfortunately, in this case at least, it's seeming like there's truth to it, and it may be used as an opportunity to do makeup calls, in sports and basketball. When a referee misses a call on one side, they might do a makeup call where they give the player or the team a call on the other side in terms of to make up for whatever they missed or didn't call right before. It seems like that's what might be happening around this Chris Brown legal situation, that this might be used to make up for some other things he's done in the past. The same way with the OJ thing, they didn't get OJ for the killing of the lady, and so they ended up getting him down the line for stealing back his memorabilia or something, allegedly. I forget what exactly happened, but it's seeming like karmically this is kind of what the cards are saying. This thing, while it may be something relatively smaller that he pled guilty to, because the agreement was that the other charges would be dropped in exchange for him to plead guilty to this one thing, and it seems like it's a lesser thing. It seems like this is going to be used to seek what do you call it? To seek let me just get my words right. This case will be used to seek some form of justice or payback or karma from other things, is what I'm getting from these cards so far, because there's a network of people that don't like Chris Brown or have no love for him or something. Ooh, interesting that we're seeing the Empress card again in reverse. And Messenger. I think I may have looked at the bottom too soon. Yeah, I'm not ready to see the bottom of the deck yet, but we're seeing the Page of Swords. This is a messenger, someone that may be eager to tell some truth, someone that is talkative, energized, has a thirst for knowledge, might be doing a lot of research. But this idea of a message getting out there, it seems like, as I was saying, this case might be used in order to get some information out there about Chris Brown, some negative information, which I wonder what that could be, because unfortunately, as a celebrity, you're a target, and so people are going to try you, and so there might be more to the story as to how you guys go from being in a nightclub to now having a glass bottle go upside your head. People don't just come in and just start throwing glass bottles, so maybe there was, some antagonization. Someone started with the words and provocation, and then it escalated to Chris Brown and his vocal coach perhaps allegedly getting violent. Not saying that that's the right way to resolve that, if that's what happened, but this could be saying that this person may have indeed contributed to, a bit of antagonization or some sort of provocation to allow it to get to that. And this person may be eager to say their piece in this case as well. I don't know if it's going to come down to them having a chance to give testimony, since he's already pled guilty to something. it sounds like it's just going to be sentencing, but let me get a few more cards out to see what exactly we can clarify about that in terms of, is it the person that's accusing eager to speak up, or they already are the ones that were speaking too much, which is what provoked this incident? Or is this a goal from the people that might be conspiring against Chris Brown to use this incident to make more dominoes fall for Chris and make things worse for him for some reason? We're seeing the Empress card in reverse. Now, usually this indicates something about a motherly figure, either Chris Brown's mom or someone that might be pregnant, like one of his baby moms. In reverse, this indicates that whoever that figure is either not happy with him, is either, maybe if they were pregnant, maybe they're having a difficult time with the pregnancy, perhaps miscarrying or losing the baby. But in this instance, this is feeling like it's saying something about Chris Brown's creative ventures and endeavors at this time, since he currently is in the middle of his R&B tour with the R&B singer Usher. So it could be saying that this legal case indeed will create a disturbance to Chris Brown's career at this time. Like, whatever he's doing with the music and the touring, there may be some sort of creative block, since the Empress, she is about abundance and fertility and having all of this beautiful nature growing around her. It's because there's so much opportunity and confidence and things going in one's favor. But now that we're seeing it in reverse, it's like there's going to be a lot of blockages for Chris Brown with his creative endeavors and fruitfulness and the things that allow him to continue to move freely and successfully as he does. Unfortunately, it seems like there will be a temporary pause for that. So I wonder if that's saying something about jail time. I felt a little bit of that in the earlier cards, but there still has not been any confirmation in the cards about a potential jail time. It just seems like something about this might create some blockages for CB. So let's get more cards. Whoa. So actually, this Eight of Swords in reverse, this is actually positive. So this was the first card that looks like jail bars, that has something to do with perhaps visually trying to communicate what the outcome will be for Chris Brown in this legal case. So since it's in reverse, indicating freedom, breaking free from some self-harming or limiting environment or mentality, this could be saying that actually he will not do jail time. There will be some interruption to some of what Chris Brown's doing creatively. But fortunately, if I were to read this card visually, as well as this idea of breaking free and someone enjoying their freedom, it seems like he will not do jail time. So I'm glad that we got that confirmation. Queen of Wands. So finally, we're seeing something positive here. This is about someone actually having favor for Chris Brown. So we started off the reading with no favor, no love for him, a network of people perhaps wanting to take him down. But now there is love for him. Now there is a protector. There's someone really energized and really ambitious and confident and maybe independent. This is an energy of someone that might be helping him. Maybe he gets a female lawyer, or this could even be him, maybe, leaning into his feminine to like appeal to the softer side of the jury. Maybe I don't know if this is even going to go before a jury. I'm not close enough to the details of the case to know. Sorry, let me just adjust myself. That's my chair making all that noise because my leg's falling asleep. So I'm just trying to take it a little bit, get my circulation back. All right. So yeah, there may be favor for Chris Brown. There may be some perhaps some sympathy, some understanding. This could be the judge, this could be one of his lawyers, this could be Chris himself appealing to the softer, more understanding side of the jury or the judge, whoever has to make the decision of how to sentence him. So since it's upright, it seems like it's favorable, but usually this is a very energized feminine, someone that's very attractive and confident and independent, and so they're going to proceed with things as they wish. So if it is the judge, then that means that she might be a little lenient with him in the sentencing, and it's right underneath the judgment card, both of them being upright. It's leaning towards something positive and favorable for Chris Brown, so that's good. So while he might face some interruptions and limitations, and there might be some intention to try to make this blow up in his face, fortunately it seems like he will escape the worst part of the potential consequences. He's just gonna have to deal with, like, maybe missing a few tour dates or something. But why? If he's not doing jail time, why does he have to miss a few tour dates? I don't know. Maybe this is something else he has going on creatively that might be affected by the outcome of this. Maybe they say, okay, you don't do jail time, but we're just putting like a temporary, you can't enter London, UK for a certain amount of time. So maybe that could be the creative block, that he cannot go over there to perform, which I don't even know if the R&B tour was a global tour, the Usher Chris Brown tour that's happening right now. It might just be nationwide. It might just be the US. I don't recall the details of that. But let me continue here with a few more cards. Oh, wow. This is great. So we get this star card here. This is going to be favorable for Chris Brown. So his fame, stardom, image, whatever it is that was at risk, it will be unscathed. And that might even work in his favor. Like, is someone starstruck? Like, is the judge starstruck? Or someone there is going to favor him somehow. I kept getting that idea of favor in these cards, but it seems like Chris Brown's stardom will continue. So it will be a temporary impact to him, but long term, Chris Brown will be fine, and he's strong, and he can endure whatever's going to come out of this. And I guess this is also saying something about persuasion, since we usually see this feminine is able to persuade a lion to be cooperative and docile. So it's kind of what I was picking up on the Queen of Wands, that Chris Brown may be able to use his star power and his charms to appeal to the judge. Get some water here. To appeal to the judge or the jury or whoever it is that is a feminine that might be able to help him in this. And he's going to get out of this situation in a positive way with this 8 of Cups. He's going to walk away free, as we saw with this 8 of Swords in reverse. He's going to walk away a free man, and maybe even having learned a lot from this, since the 8 of Swords can also indicate breaking free from a certain mentality. So one could assume that there may have been some growth in someone's mentality or their emotions that has allowed them to move on from this kind of situation, having learned from it, having grown from it, having become better from it. But we finish here with, I think these are all applicable here. Yeah, take these. Tough decisions need to be made. There's some sacrifice that Chris Brown will have to make, which I guess I feel like he's kind of already made it by pleading guilty to one thing and, to sacrifice or sever the others. But there might be something else that he has to do, some tough decision that I guess we'll see what that is as things develop. But it may cost him, since we're seeing this 10 of Pentacles in reverse. There may be a costly fine or penalty that he has to pay. And going back to this card, because we're also seeing the blindfold, which reminds me of the Justice card and the Scales of Justice, and this idea of perhaps the judge needing to call things fair and having a tough time and how to go about that. And so maybe there might be financial compensation, but I don't know, again, if this is like a civil case or a criminal case, because I believe you only get money in a civil case, but I'm not sure how the laws work over there in the UK. Either way, Chris Brown will walk away from this situation having learned a lot and leaving the worst of it behind him with the 6 of Swords. So bittersweet, because obviously Ideally, for Chris Brown at this stage in his life, being in his 30s and having so many kids, we would hope that he doesn't have any legal problems at all. But I guess for celebrities, it is harder for them to avoid these kinds of instances than others. They're in spaces or places or situations where they're more often provoked than others. And so that's the bittersweet part, is that bitter that he has to even go through this, but of course you have to face your own actions. But the sweet part is the outcome will not be too bad. It won't be too crazy, depending on if indeed he's able. Hold on, let me just get this to the cards got kind of wacky here. It's all visible as I conclude my reading. So he may have to pay a bit with material, but at least he won't pay with his time long term. He might pay with his time temporarily. He'll experience some interruptions, but in the long run, his fame and his success and his ability to continue along his path will not be scathed or will not be so terribly impacted. He'll be able to continue on and learn from this and grow and be better. So good for you, CB, Chris Breezy. Now let's pull some cards for another inquiry, a request that came in about Chris Brown and his latest girlfriend slash baby mama, Jada Wallace. I'm gonna take this deck now. See, which deck should I take? I'll just pull from both. Hard for me to discern at this time. Here. Kiki Point of View requested a reading on Chris Brown and Jada Wallace. Kiki said, I want to know what the cards say about this relationship. How much longer will they last? And what are Jada's intentions? So let's get a few cards out to see what is the energy between Chris Brown and his recent or current baby mom slash girlfriend, Jada Wallace, which, by the way, wait a second. Hold on. Let's slow it down. I actually had show these visuals real quick. Easy. This is Chris Brown and Jada, and they just had a baby. Like, yeah, they recently welcomed a baby around May, April, right before C Breezy's Cinco de Mayo birthday. So the new baby, I think it's a boy named Arrow. The new baby is just like dad, a Taurus. And let's see, Chris Brown is 37, Christopher Maurice Brown, and Jada Wallace is 26. She's a Gemini. All right, great. So I just wanted to include those details before I proceed here. Okay, so let's see what the cards have to say about the energy between Chris Brown and Jada Wallace. So the first card that popped out here says excess, gluttony, too much, but it was in reverse. So I guess this is communicating a sense of restraint, that someone is actually perhaps being considerate, perhaps being reserved, perhaps being careful and not doing too much, which I guess that's positive, right? You're not being greedy, you're being generous, right? That would be the reverse of that. But then we see this game over card, indicating an ending. Ooh, that's not good. And this idea of a game, like someone might be playing games, someone might be manipulative perhaps, but an ending, something coming to completion, that the relationship might not last, since that was one of the questions originally asked in this reading. Transformation, rebirth, upgrade. Uh-oh. That word upgrade means that either Chris Brown will move on to another, or this could be saying that one of them might outgrow the other. This idea of transformation, we're seeing a feminine. Maybe Jada might outgrow this relationship, might want to move on from whatever she's experiencing with him, because this ending, this game over, could indicate that she gets tired of the games, allegedly. No facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards. Celestial, extraterrestrial, otherworldly. This deck is very animated and dramatic. So sometimes I get a card and I'm like, huh, what's that mean? I don't even know how that applies, if that applies. I do know that Chris Brown loves like alien themed stuff, but I don't really see how it's relevant to this reading. So I'm going to put this aside, and I don't know. I'm not really feeling connected to these cards. I might just switch the deck. It's feeling okay. This says spiritual gift. This says knowledge. Here goes the sirens. Here we go. Ooh, we're seeing narcissist, which is never good, and we're seeing rejection, abandonment, desertion, left behind. Seeing that in reverse though. So I guess that, the opposite of that means that someone is not abandoned, someone is accompanied. But I got the energy of like neediness, of someone kind of maybe being codependent, being needy, kind of wanting more from the other person. And this I'm never wrong, this narcissist, covert or malignant narcissist, obviously not a good card or characteristic to see in a love and relationship reading. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Yikes. Technology, we're seeing chatting, text messages, laptops, incoming calls, and then we're seeing what seems to indicate some sort of violence. So that is not good. So this is starting to feel like this masculine, which we would assume is Chris Brown, might come to learn of some sort of communication that Jada has had that is very bothersome and troublesome to him. He gets really upset. And there might be, I'm sorry to say, allegedly, no facts, no truth, no, just tarot, and just reading the cards, there might be some violence. Either that, or they learn of someone that's trying to do violence to Chris Brown. Like maybe in the messages, Chris Brown comes to learn of something or someone that is in contact with Jada, and whether she knows it or not, that person might want to cause harm to CB. But I'm sorry to say, it's kind of feeling like there's something that Chris Brown might see, some messages, some communication, some screenshots, receipts, DMs, whatever technology or paper trail of communication that might trigger CB to suddenly get violent. And that is why the relationship might end. But it might take longer than it should. Like the relationship should probably end early on. But because there's this energy of someone perhaps being a little needy, a little codependent, a little desire to not be abandoned, you want to stay in a relationship because you feel like it's better than being single. Some people think like that, unfortunately. This could indicate that someone, I would assume that is Jada, stays in the relationship longer than she should. And so because of that, it gets to the worst case scenario. And that's what will finally cause the ending. Yikes. Sorry to see this. For those of you that saw the first reading I did in Chris Brown many months ago, it did indicate some sort of baby mama drama. And then months after, we came to learn that his current girlfriend slash baby mom's Jada did have a child with him, which, as I said in the intro, was just born like a month or so ago. So, or 2 months. Jeez, time is flying. Which was just born like 2 months ago. So we see patterns of drama, unfortunately, in Chris Brown's personal love life as well as in his public and career life because of all the legal cases, which I just did a reading on one of those. So I'm just sad to see this for Chris Brown because he is so talented, and I just wish for once he could just be great and not have all of this drama. But unfortunately, if he's making certain choices, then the drama will follow. So that's just how the cookie crumbles. That, you know, people sometimes have to face consequences for their behaviors, and the worse the behaviors, the worse the consequences that will eventually catch up with someone. And I just hate to see it for him. I hate to see this for him or for them also. You know, if there's any truth to this, would hate to see any abuse to a woman. But I am sad to say that that's not the first time we've heard that around Chris Brown. As everyone knows, that he has that history with Rihanna. While they were both, they should not have been abusive to each other, they should not have been violent to each other, it was still wrong. They were young enough to where we could move on and we can let that go. But when there's fresh incidents of it possibly, you know, it's damaging, it's harmful, and I hope it's not true. Okay, so then we're seeing guarded, secure, safe. So I guess someone is keeping themselves very protected, which after we're seeing this violence card, I wonder what that means. Protected, you're seeing security, you're seeing the security guard after intent to harm. Maybe one of his security guys will get involved and kind of stop the situation from escalating, hopefully, if there's any truth to that. We're seeing alpha female, leader, assertive, dominant. So there may be some interference to help protect Jada in this situation, like if there is any violence, for it to not escalate, there will be people that will come to help. So if it's something that happens in public, I guess people will get involved. But I don't know, it's just even messy. It's just like I hate this energy. I'm feeling you know, very disappointed to see this. And now it's not even feeling like I'll just show it just to show it, but I don't feel like this really applies. I mean, just in case, sometimes I'll dismiss a card, and then when I'm editing the reading later, I'm like, hey, wait a second, I kind of see how this kind of, you know, could be this XYZ. So I'm just showing it in case it makes more sense to me later, or to you guys if you guys see some relevance here. But this says contentment, happiness, gratitude. Someone's not happy, someone's not grateful, someone's not content, which who would be if there's any truth to this, that there's drama and a breakup and violence and a narcissist. Definitely nothing to be happy about. And this scarcity, lack, poverty, struggle energy, I mean, obviously Chris Brown is coined up, he's breaded, he's got his money, but a scarcity mentality, a struggle energy or mentality, the bigger picture version of this is just saying that this is a chaotic energy. This might be a disturbed spirit or a person, or there's something about this energy that attracts chaos, and there's a need for some foundational work, some shadow work. Scarcity mentality can follow people from their childhood, from when they didn't have, from when they were told that they could never do this, they could never be great, that they were faced with a lot of haters and a lot of doubters. And so when they finally have it, like success and money and fame and access and power, when they finally have the things, but they are still operating from a scarcity struggle mentality, then you tend to see a lot of chaos in those kinds of people's lives, because you have all the decorations of a privileged and successful life, the resources and decorations, but you do not have the mental restraint, composure, the level of class and wisdom to behave or act or make choices in a certain way that will allow less chaos to follow in your life. So this could be pointing to something that Chris Brown may need to work on within him, just kind of coming out of that. What do you call it when you have like they call it a chip on your shoulder? I think when you feel you have something to prove, like it's you against the world, like you're always so amped up and angry and ready to defend yourself. That's what I'm getting from this. It's like an energy of someone that's constantly defensive or constantly taking it too far because of what they experienced in the past, and they're jeopardizing what they have now in the future, like whatever wealth, success, all the good things that they have amassed are at risk of being lost because of operating from this needing to prove yourself mentality or taking things too far, being too defensive mentality. So, just to wrap things up, wow, we're seeing some repeat cards from the previous reading that definitely don't feel like it's a part of this. Oh no, financial blockages. Oh, look at that. Exactly what I was saying. Energy work. Anytime I start reading, I start to get like spirits come and tickle my nose a little bit. This is energy work. Did it come out in reverse? Hold on, let me see how it came out. I think it was upright. Yeah, energy work is needed, CB. Breezy, we want to see you be great, but you got to do the internal work in order to do that and protect yourself from being in so many situations that like bringing you down and adding to the negative history that some people try to use against him that is unfortunately overshadowing all of the talent and great music that he has given us. So you need to do some energy work, Breezy, to get out of this struggle defensive mentality and get yourself aligned, get yourself right spiritually and energetically. Otherwise, you're going to be facing a lot of financial blockages. So we're seeing this coin in a cage, but we're seeing it in reverse. So it's feeling like temporary financial blockages. Like maybe you might have to spend a little to rectify this if indeed this relationship with Jada ends up in, you know, the worst case scenario, perhaps like a violent or argument or something. And then you have to splash some cash out to get yourself out of it. I mean, Breezy, fortunately, you have the money to do these things, but how many more? How many more instances? How many more times? Think about the fans, Breezy. We don't want this for you. We don't want people to have the ammunition to say, oh, look, here's another instance, here's another thing. Blah, blah, blah. So that's all assuming that if there's any truth to these cards, we would, of course, hope Chris Brown could learn from this, do better, be better, and not repeat these cycles and these toxic patterns. But the best case scenario would be that everything here is wrong. Hopefully, there is no truth to this. He lives happily ever after with Jada or whoever else. Even if he does break up with Jada, may there be no violence. May there be no narcissistic manipulation and drama. Hopefully, Breezy's able to do this energetic and internal work without it getting so bad. And Jada also hopefully will be able to step away from this relationship if it is bad for her instead of allowing it to play out in the worst case scenario, having to be pushed away because things get so bad. So I wish them well. Time will tell, and hope they can enjoy co-parenting their cute little baby boy, who I saw a picture of recently on the internet streets. I don't know if it's real because, you know, AI keeps pumping out so much fake stuff these days, but it did look like it was real. And if it's real, then that kid is cute. He looks very much like his dad, Chris Brown. So hopefully he can just enjoy a healthy, peaceful, loving family dynamic once and not have any drama. Time will tell. So let's see how many more readings can I squeeze in. I might have to pause. Getting quite late where I'm at, or quite early. I was gonna do a reading on Drake and Beyonce, Drake and JLo. JLo and Diddy, the Olivia Rodrigo. I guess I go, okay, so let me pull a few for those since they were on my thumbnail. All right, I'm going to do 2 more readings and then I'll leave the rest for a part 2 because I went kind of deep on the readings that I already did earlier tonight and I need to have the energy to do the rest. Otherwise, usually I don't get as great of a reading as I would like. So let me just prioritize the Olivia Rodrigo and the Lisa from BlackPink. Let me pull up my visuals here. All right, looks like you can see my things. Let me pull up my notes to see who requested it. I'm gonna use this deck. I think I'm gonna use this deck. Okay. So Maya Flock and Celine B requested a reading on Olivia Rodrigo and Louis Partridge. They would like to know about their current feelings, if they miss each other. Hold on, let me read this properly. My nose is itching every time I do these readings. It's like the spirits come and tickle my nose a bit. Okay, so Celine B would like to know about the current feelings between Olivia Rodrigo and Louis Partridge, if they will ever get back together. Celine says, there are some rumors and I'd like to know if he listened to the album and how he feels about it. So it seems like Olivia Rodrigo recently released an album called You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love, and the fans believe that she is speaking about the painful collapse of their relationship. So this was a relationship with British actor Louis Partridge. They were dating for roughly 2 years. And I guess, let's see, it says fans have been dissecting tracks like What's Wrong With Me for details on the split, current relationship status, and new rumors. So this says the friendship phase. Okay, so Olivia stated she was focusing on friendship and community love phase. She claimed that dating was currently just the cherry on top. And then, despite calling herself single, it's reported that she was spotted packing on PDA with a mystery man in Brooklyn. Okay, in Brooklyn, New York City. They were together at several spots. Okay, so they broke up like when? Like earlier this year, I guess? And how did they meet? They were introduced by acquaintances, right? So, okay, so let's pull some cards. I thought I had some details here for them. Oh, I do. Sorry, it's in my notes. That's what I'll pull out. Actually, let me keep their picture up. Better that way for me to have less editing to do later. So let me pick a good picture of them. Oh, that's a nice one. Okay, there we go. So Olivia Rodrigo is 23. She's a Pisces. She was a Disney Child star. She is from California. Oh, interesting. She shares the same birthday as Rihanna, the other pop star, February 20th. So they share the same Pisces birthday. Olivia is currently doing promo for her new album, You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love, which we just discussed, which was released June 12th. Olivia will be touring the album in an upcoming 86-date global arena tour. But the fans want to know about what really happened with her relationship with Louis Partridge, the British actor model. Why did they break up? What caused it? And some of the questions that I just read out loud to you guys about if there's potential for any reconnection between them. So let's see what the cards say for Olivia Rodrigo and Louis Partridge after the recent breakup, after 2 years, roughly 2 years of dating, Spirit. What can you tell me about the energy between Olivia Rodrigo and Partridge? Okay, so we kick it off with the Bliss card in reverse. So that indicates that things are not great between them. It's not blissful. It is perhaps maybe a little tense. I mean, there's some leftover bad vibes after a breakup naturally for anyone. So you're not exactly excited and thrilled to see this person again, to reconnect with them. So I would just say that this card indicates that both are still getting over their history and maybe still healing, or just maybe still trying to forget each other. Then we have the sweetheart card. Oh, that's nice. So either someone will start dating and they'll date someone that is a sweetheart, very kind, or it could be saying that, since we're seeing a feminine, this could be saying that Olivia is a sweetheart. She was perhaps very kind and sweet to Louis in this relationship. Whereas Louis was not. Wait, is that his name? Am I saying the right name? Hold on, let me. Louis Partridge. Yes. Okay. Louis may not have been nice to Olivia. He may not have been as sweet as she was to him. So I guess that is saying that that's why there is maybe this lingering, not a bitter ex, but it just seems like these lingering bad feelings of like, yeah, I was nice to the guy that I thought would have been a nice guy. Like, he deceived me. Hold on. My nails are not letting me pick it up. I thought he was a nice guy, but he was actually deceiving me. He turned into a not so nice guy, and I was so nice to him. I was so sweet to him, and he didn't reciprocate that. He was mean. Oh no. Louis, were you selfish? Were you maybe not a good communicator? Were you just maybe like expecting her to always go out of her way to see you, and you weren't really doing the same to go see her? Seems like these cards are indicating that there was an imbalance and a lack of kindness, a lack of reciprocity and niceness. Ooh, blocked. So someone was keeping their emotions blocked or guarded. Someone was emotionally repressed or reserved. I would take it to indicate that Louis was the one that was not willing to be emotionally available for the relationship, since we're seeing a masculine here. Oh no. Just what we were saying. Seems like, allegedly, according to these cards, Louis was not putting in the effort, not as much effort as maybe Olivia was. Since we're seeing this card in reverse, the work, the labor, the effort was not reciprocated in the relationship. Whatever Olivia was pouring into it, she wasn't really getting it back. And interestingly enough, we also see this lust card in reverse. So maybe they didn't really have sexual chemistry, or it seems like one of them lost attraction for the other and may have had attraction for others. Like, in terms of like, I would rather see other people. I'm more attracted to other people. I'm not attracted to you anymore, is what I'm getting from that card. Or when I say anymore, I don't know if it ever was that much attraction. It could be that things were never that hot to begin with, in terms of like, maybe it wasn't like full on attraction from this masculine to begin with. Maybe it was always Olivia putting in more effort and more interest in the relationship than he did, because every masculine that has come out in this reading thus far has been reversed, indicating that maybe he was never even 100% into the relationship to begin with. He was kind of just like taking it as she was giving it, like, oh wow, look, this girl's like going out of her way for me, she's kind of crazy for me, like, why not, let's do it. And then things fizzled out, is what I'm getting from this. Oh, but she still thinks about him. This thoughts card upright, and we're seeing the facial expression of someone in their thoughts thinking about love, and they're kind of like little melancholic, a little sad about it, a little pensive, a little like, a little bit, a light rumination or reflection upon what you had. What could we have done differently? What did I overlook? What did I do wrong? Something like that. Or what could have, is there a chance for us to reconnect? Like, breakup thoughts. She's still in that idea that she had poured love into someone that didn't reciprocate, and she might be maybe questioning herself, doubting herself, like, oh, what if I did something different here? Or like, what could I have done? Or why did I miss the sign that he wasn't doing this for me? And just maybe reflecting upon what happened, still processing in the aftermath of the breakup. Oh, Ice King. But since it's in reverse, this indicates that whoever is or was icy actually was presenting themselves to be warm and kind. And since we did see this nice guy card earlier, I'm again getting a sense of deception. So Lewis may at one point have acted with Olivia like he was warm, like he was nice, but then the mask fell and his true colors showed, and it was like, yeah, he's actually not nice and he's actually quite cold, quite icy. Not surprised. I'm sorry, the English people can tend to be a bit cold, a bit icy. You know, they how they say the stiff British upper lip or something like that. That the Brits have a stiff upper lip. I forget the saying, but icy and not so nice. It seems to, to kind of go along the lines of some of the stereotypes that we hear about British people. They can be a little fake, a little pretentious, a little like, you know, they have the accent and the polite lingo and behaviors, but then the way they actually treat people can actually be not nice and cold and frigid and distant and blocked off. And part of that might be cultural, but it also could be that he just wasn't that interested in Olivia to begin with. He was just kind of like taking whatever energy, love, and effort she was throwing at him. Oh, well, this is positive. Rising star. So Olivia will continue to rise and shine and be successful in her career. Look at her there with her mic and her spotlight. Beautiful. So actually, the music that she's releasing and especially the tour might be very healing for her, since we're seeing this feminine in her spotlight, enjoying the fruits of her labor and the positive things going for her in her career, and her creative music being well received by her fans. Perhaps, I don't know what the music is. You fans in the comments will let me know later if you're liking whatever she recently released and however the tour is going. But it seems like that exchange with her fan base and enjoying her success is going to be very healing for Olivia and will help her get her mind off of this breakup and move on to something better. But then we're seeing this occupation card in reverse. So something's going to go wrong with someone's job, and it's feeling like maybe it's Lewis. Maybe Lewis will temporarily have a down period or a lull in his opportunities. He's an actor, so maybe it's just like, you know, a moment where the gigs dry up. You know, maybe he's, I don't know if he's on a project now. I don't even know what he was on before. But this masculine in reverse, this occupation card could be saying that while Olivia's career will be doing well after this breakup, perhaps maybe Lewis's career temporarily may not be doing as good. Okay, emotional pain and self love. Oh, this is great. Yes, we're seeing so much to indicate healing. We're seeing self love upright, and we're seeing emotional pain in reverse. So, just as we were seeing in the earlier card here with the thoughts and the rising star and everything, this tour, this music, this next level of Olivia Rodrigo's career will be very healing for her. And she will be focusing on self love and healing from all of this heartbreak and emotional pain. Oh, poor thing. But that's a part of life, is experiencing all of the feels, all of the feelings. You live, you learn, you get stronger, you get better, you strengthen your discernment, and you find the right person, and you learn how to not overgive to people that are not reciprocal, people that are not deserving, people that are not the right fit. So let's see if I can wrap this up. I don't think these are applicable, but I'll show it anyway. And then let me just look at the bottom of the deck. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think I'll end with these two. Would like to see. Oh, nope, not gonna take that. A third party situation. I would hope not. Maybe was there some cheat? Were there any rumors of them cheating? I don't think so. So I'm gonna ignore that. But if the fans know something about it, I'm just letting you know that the card kind of sort of peeked out towards the end here. But I think, let's see. Oh, maybe she'll find her soulmate later. Okay, we're gonna end it here. So continuing with this idea that Olivia will be rising in her career and her success, will continue to do great. She will experience a lot of success and have achievements, the awards, the trophies, the Grammys, whatever it is that she's going to be going for, going to be very successful. Whereas for the guy, again, Louis, this lull in his career temporarily or whatever it may be also may be a part of his need to work on his life's purpose and mission, because when we see north node, south node, the south node is usually where you are and the north node is where you're supposed to be. So in terms of purpose, one's purpose is usually determined, for those of you that look at your charts or you have the CoStar app or something or whatever it is that you can get to figure out your north node and your south node. South node is usually how you're coming into this life cycle, this world, this life experience, this human experience. This is usually what you have to work on to be better, and you have to move towards your north node. See, the enlightened, awakened, heightened, improved, better version of yourself. So this is indicating that Louis is still stuck in a stage in his life where he has a lot of work to do on himself. And while Olivia is rising and shining and flourishing and thriving, hopefully Louis will take out the time to indeed work on that. I mean, we're also seeing, I mean, just going by the visuals, you know, don't want to assume too much, but we're seeing like darkness around the eyes and just when I did look at, let me see if I could pull it up again. When I did pull up this picture of them, not this one actually, because they look great there. I mean, they look great everywhere. It's a good looking couple. But at some point, there was one picture where I thought I saw darkness around his eyes, and something about this reminded me of that. Like, you know, maybe there's, you know, he needs to tend to his health, something about his sleep, or maybe there is something in his energy and his spirit that he needs to get in alignment so that he could step into the light, be a little more bright, a little more upbeat, not so serious, not so emotionally blocked, more open, more receptive, more loving, more warm. And so that was just an additional thing I was getting from the visuals of this South Node card. But all in all, people break up, especially young people. You break up, you move on. It doesn't look like they're going to reconnect from what I'm seeing in these cards, but it seems like it's for the best for them to break up and learn about themselves through this relationship and figure out how to do better in their future relationships. So good for them. Hopefully the fans of Olivia Rodrigo will get to hear of her with a new flame, with a new relationship, a new love, something that's more reciprocal and more aligned with what you guys would like to see for her. And also, if he's in the UK and she's a California girl, I just don't think long distance relationships are healthy long term, especially when you're relatively young, like they're, you know, in their 20s. It's just like when you're already so busy with your career, you kind of need someone that's in closer proximity that you don't always have to like fly out to go see, in order to keep a healthy relationship alive when you already have such a demanding schedule. So hopefully whoever her next love interest is, they will be someone that's more accessible to her, because I don't know if he's just from the UK but he was based here in the US, or if she was based over there for some time, but it just was sounding like a long distance relationship. If that's true, then that's probably why there was like so much effort that she had to put in to go see him, and part of the reason that that was, you know, something that she might regret, or, you know, look back on like that's something that I want to do different in my next relationship, is I would recommend at least have someone that's in closer proximity. So best wishes to Olivia and Louis. Now let's transition into a reading on Lisa from BlackPink. Let me just see what deck I want to pull from for this. I think actually I'll take from this deck. It's a good time to do the tarot deck again. Checking my list of readings to see if this is the last one I'll do, because I did have quite a few on for tonight, but Gonna have to table some of them. Yeah, I'll do all of those later. But at least I did most of them today, which is great. Okay, so let's transition into a reading on Lisa from the K-pop girl group BlackPink. So Lisa is originally from Thailand. Let me see. Oh, this was a recent boyfriend, Frédéric Arnault. He is breaded, got the coins. He's from a very wealthy family, the LVMH group family in France. So it seems like they have broken up after a couple years of dating. And I also pulled some information about Lisa and the guy. So Lisa's full name is Lisa Manobal. She is 29. She's an Aries. And she does the music with BlackPink. She also went solo. She has her own management company, does acting. She serves as global ambassador for major luxury fashion houses. Maybe that's how she met Frédéric. And it's saying that they were most recently linked since 2023. So as of 2026, it seems like they've parted ways. But Frédéric is son of a billionaire. Coins, 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 girl. Oh, look at this. Speaking of coins, 10 of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck before I even shuffle and start pulling cards. So that was a great boyfriend to have at some point. So good for you, Lisa. Even if you guys aren't together anymore, you're dating in the right direction. Hopefully. I mean, I don't know what he's like in terms of personality. I thought I had some stuff on him here too. Let me actually scroll down. Here we go. Yes. So Lisa's doing the acting. She's in the White Lotus. But as I was saying, she's originally from Thailand, raised in Bangkok, moved to South Korea at the age of 14 to train as a K-pop idol. And it seems like indeed she is one of the more popular, or the most popular girl from the BlackPink group, which I think they're basing that popularity off of like Instagram followers or something. Frédéric now, he is the fourth child of Bernard Arnault, the billionaire chairman of LVMH. Highly educated mathematician and engineer. Oh, nice. Intelligence. And so while he is great on paper, they have since split up. So let's see if anything comes out in the cards about Lisa's love life, or if we will just see some things about her career. When I first saw pictures of her, I was like, oh man, she seems like maybe a little mean, a little a little a little diva. But then I saw a video of her and she actually seems like a really sweet, bubbly, upbeat kind of girl. So it will be interesting to see what the cards have to say about her. So let's switch into a reading on Lisa from BlackPink, Spirit. Actually, let me do one of these hard shuffles first. Ooh. Cards are stiff. Really soften them up. Also, my nails are really long today, unusually long. I usually have like almond shaped nails. I'm just trying these different nails for fun, just switching it up because I loved that they have like these palm trees. It's very summery, so I just wanted to have fun with that, but it's getting in the way. So hopefully the aesthetics are worth it. Let me just pull my blouse down. There we go. Get a good shuffle here so we can see with this reading. Ooh, there we go. Okay, here. Spirit, let's get a few cards out to see what will come for Lisa from the girl group BlackPink, Spirit. Let me pull up these details again. Lisa Prampriya Manobal. What is to come for Lisa from BlackPink, Spirit? What can you tell us about her career or love life? What is coming up for Lisa from BlackPink? She's 29. She is an Aries. Ooh, a great card to start. This is the Four of Wands. This is about celebrations and something to do with someone's house or family foundation and stability. So this could be celebrating some sort of achievement or a milestone. This could be weddings, babies, graduations, or again, a milestone such as maybe moving, since this is very related to one's household or their actual home. So good for her. Maybe she'll buy a new house or have some success in her music to where she can celebrate an achievement. Ooh, King of Wands in reverse. So this indicates that there may be someone in leadership that is very impulsive, someone that is very ruthless, very opinionated, very stubborn. I don't know if this is someone that she's working with or someone that she's dating, or it could be she herself if she is in control of all of her business things. This could possibly indicate that there's still some learning to do, some maturing to do, and some resistance in terms of approaching your business decisions with a strong mind, a soft heart, and not letting passion get the best of you, since the King of Wands is about the fire element, being very fiery, being very energized, and allowing your passion to go in the wrong direction could cause you to make really impulsive, not well thought out decisions. So this could be saying something about either the decisions that she's making in her career, or the people that are in her management team making decisions for her. Lastly, I would think that it's something to do with a relationship, because since it's the King of Wands, it's a more mature figure. So it's more so feeling like management, or maybe even, I don't know if she has like a really close father figure in her life that maybe is also a part of her business structure. Let me pull out more cards to kind of get clarity. Ooh, there's an imbalance with this Temperance card. There's an imbalance and there's a lack of patience. Whenever I see the Temperance card also, since there's so much fluid, sometimes it could also indicate some sort of health problems. That's just an alternative to keep in the back of our minds. Ooh, lack of success. This is about failures, a lack of public recognition. Someone maybe achieved something that they feel they did not get fairly recognized or rewarded for. Or this could also indicate that someone put up a false sense of success. So they pretended like they were doing well, that they were succeeding, that they accomplished something, but behind the scenes, it didn't really happen. So I'm not sure what this could be tied to, but since it comes not too long after the King of Wands, it could be saying that there's some sort of deception with some authoritative figure that she might be working with. It could be someone in her management, some male figure that seems to be pretending, and they are maybe they might be rushing her into something, and it of course is not going to be as successful as it could be, because they're not making well thought out decisions, or it may not be the right thing for her to do. Whatever next step she'll be doing in her career, it's seeming like it's not because of what she wanted to do, it's because of what she was advised to do, and whoever advised her to do it didn't really think it out fully. So I don't know if that's music or a movie or something else that she might do, but it's looking like a temporary failure, unfortunately, but not because of Lisa, because of whoever sent her to go do this thing. Lots of cards from the Suit of Wands here. 1, 2, 3, and now 4, because we have the Nine of Wands. The Wounded Warrior, indicating someone that needs to withstand just 1 or 2 more battles to get to their end goal. So this is about resilience and perseverance. Maybe Lisa needs to endure something that she's contractually obligated to, or something that she somehow got herself into. She needs to just see it through to get herself out of it. to get out on the other side, and she decided she could start fresh, sign a new contract, do it over again, whatever it is that she's in right now. Because again, I'm I'm kind of coming in cold just because this was a reading that was heavily requested by, did I shout you guys out? Let me just say it now. Liz Lorraine and Hiriri Lorraine. It seems like it might be the same person that just changed their username. So Lorraine requested a reading on Lisa from BlackPink to see what's going on with her love and career. So Lorraine, it seems like the career not going so well, or at least temporarily. There might be some restructuring that she might need to do in her management team. And love life might actually go well, since we did start with this Four of Wands, but I didn't get any clarification on that, so I'm going to continue to pull cards. Ooh, Ace of Cups. This is about new love or a proposal. So while there may have been some hiccups with the career, Lisa will finally be offered something good, something that will help make everything go right, since we did see the Nine of Wands indicating that she just needs to withstand one or two more challenges just to get to her end goal. And so she might finally get whatever she's looking for in her career. But this idea of overflowing with emotions and love and new feelings that we get from the Ace of Cups could indicate new love. She might have someone approach her with the idea of dating, and someone that she really loves and enjoys. Since we did see the Four of Wands earlier, this might be someone more grounded, more stable, more of a long-term relationship. So that's always nice to see. Ooh, and money, new money with this Ace of Pentacles. Awesome. So she's going to be getting the bag, getting the coins, getting the bread, the looch, the manyan, as they say, getting that manyan. So she's going to eventually get some very lucrative deals and get over whatever setback or bad business move she was made to do earlier on. So she's going to have a lot to celebrate, which is awesome. Congrats in advance to you, Lisa. Getting the money, getting the love, either love from a new romantic partner, or just love from all of the new things that you're doing, that you are loving all of those ventures and endeavors, loving your life, loving the new stage in your life that you're going to find yourself in. And with this 10 of Wands in reverse, this could be warning Lisa to not take on too much, that she might overwhelm herself, that she might spread herself too thin, that she might need to delegate some responsibilities to others, or she might need to cut off some of her obligations. So if she's doing fashion and music and acting, she might need to sever something in terms of like decide that she's no longer going to do one of them in order to focus on some of the others. I wonder if this is saying that she might have to take a break from the BlackPink group. I don't know how demanding that schedule is. I don't follow K-pop, but that's the first thing that came to me, is that maybe doing all of her independent solo stuff along with whatever the group requires, it might be too much for her to balance it all. And she's going to want to prioritize these great opportunities that are going to come her way. So she might have to either temporarily or long term take a break from that K-pop group. Yeah, she's going to be deciding if that's what she wants to do. And she's going to be energized to actually follow through with her solo stuff. So this is the Four of Cups. This is about contemplation, taking a moment to reflect upon the value of something that once held some sort of emotional significance in your life, and you're trying to decide if you want more or if you're now disinterested and dissatisfied. So this is about hesitation, contemplation, taking a pause, taking inventory of something that once was valuable in your life that now you're like reconsidering. So as I was saying, maybe this is Lisa considering if she can manage all of the things, the solo stuff as well as the group stuff, which of them will go, which of them means more to me. And from this Four of Swords that follows it, Four of Swords in reverse, it's feeling like this is saying that she actually is going to spring into action, which for whatever reason, to me, it felt like the solo stuff, like that is more what is re-energizing her, making her want to jump out of bed and get to work, get to act, sees these moments and these opportunities as indicated by the Four of Swords. It's feeling like she indeed will decide that the best path forward for her when she is presented with all these offers and opportunities will be to take a break from the group and focus on her solo things. So good for her. I think I should take a break from that side of the decks now and look at the bottom. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, let me. Oh, wow. So many aces. This is beautiful. I think I'll end it here. Just turn these decks over so I don't get distracted. So we see the Seven of Swords in reverse. And this usually indicates some sort of revelation of someone that was sneaky and deceitful, someone that was lying, cheating, stealing, and thieving. And since this idea of how do you say it again? I've been on stream for quite a few hours, so now I'm starting to lose my articulation. What did I say? Revelations? Revelation. Everything is sounding strange now. Revelations. Is that it? Revelations. So, and now I forgot what I was gonna say. And that's why I always have to cut my streams by a certain time because all of this spiritual energetic work requires my energy. And once I lose my energy, I gotta stop doing the readings. But let me see if I can remember what I was saying here. Once I saw the idea of revelations on this card, it makes me think back to this King of Wands that we saw earlier on in this reading, where I was feeling like there is someone in her management or some negative authoritative influence that might be driving her, pushing her to do the wrong business commitments. And so it seems like it will be revealed. Like if someone was maybe stealing from her because this person's motivation wasn't really thinking about what's best for Lisa, this person's motivation was probably thinking about, themselves, about greed, about them getting their percentage or whatever it is that however they benefit from Lisa. It seems like they were just looking out for their best interest. So when I see this Seven of Swords reverse, it's giving me a sense that Lisa will come to learn of this person and what they were doing and why, whatever sneaky deeds were being done in the dark, it will come to light. And so that will allow her to move forward with a more informed decision making. So if that means getting new managers, whoever this person was, replacing them, changing whatever label she's with, there's some kind of deception that she needs to be aware of and cut off. So then we see the Knight of Swords kind of reinforcing this idea of someone that is distracting or destructive. And it might even be someone coming from the past when we see the Knight of Swords, someone coming back, trying to run it back, trying to return from the past. I don't know if this is an ex. Is this Frédéric? Or is this maybe someone, again, from the management team that might be fighting with her to try to defend themselves and keep their position in her life? Whoever this person is, they are very chaotic. They come trying to cause confusion. They are argumentative. It's very distracting and disruptive and destructive energy. So Lisa needs to be aware of whatever this conflictive person is. I don't know if maybe even is it someone in the girl group? If she decides to step away, is there someone in the girl group that might be trying to convince her to stay or might be like upset with her, like, man, since you're not a part of the girl group, now you're costing us our opportunities because they only want to see all of us, not just some of us. And it seems like there is some conflict and some words exchanged and, some arguments that Lisa might have to deal with down the line once she learns of some sneaky dealings and behaviors that she's going to want to distance herself from. So she's just got to be brave and be ready to handle business like a grown woman and push back and put people in line, keep people in line, put people in check. Don't let them play with you. Focus on getting yours, getting your coins, Lisa, getting your opportunities, getting your love, which you will, because we end the reading with this Two of Cups, which could indicate a spark with a mutually beneficial agreement or person. So this could be new love with someone that's a perfect match, or it could be a great new partnership, like a new agreement, a new contract, a new deal. So if indeed there were some issues with Lisa's label or Lisa's management, she will sign with someone better, or she will make a better deal, find a better partner in business or in love. Time will tell. But either way, she's going to be seizing a lot of great opportunities, ending here with this Ace of Wands. This is about passion, new creative projects, growth. This is energy, motivation, inspiration, enthusiasm, and excitement. So Lisa's going to have a lot to celebrate, but also a few challenges to overcome and a few things that she has to cut out of her life. She has to offload from her life because she's going to be trying to take advantage of everything, trying to maximize her opportunities, her exposure, strike while the iron's hot, and it might lead to exhaustion if she keeps it up for too long. So eventually she will have to make some decisions. It seems like going solo is probably going to be the way. And so once she navigates some of these tough conversations and tough decisions to cut people off and put them in their place, she's actually going to have a much better experience on the other side of things. Get your money, girl, and enjoy all of the things that you will be achieving, all the things that you have to celebrate. Very happy to see that for you. So best of luck to Lisa and all of her fans. Be sure to come back and let me know in the comments what exactly happens for her. Okay, so I will slip in one last reading just because it was requested, and then I will wrap up the stream. I think I'll do this deck now. Giving it to you guys real good today because going to be a long while before I stream again. I have to take a bit of a break. Middle of moving, and I need to really lock in. Not easy. It is quite stressful, and I am just stepping into the love and light with you guys here, taking a break from the chaos of moving, the chaos and stress of all of that. So let's transition into this last reading now. Pull up my visuals for this. Oh, hi, Matcha Latte. Okay, sure. Yes, I'm just now seeing your message. You want to see if there's any chance if Frédéric and Lisa will get back together. Sure, let me just pull one quick one for that. Let's see. I wonder if I should actually use this deck or this one. Yeah, let me use the tarot deck. Ooh, you know what? Let me use this one actually. Okay, Matcha Latte would like to know if Frédéric and Lisa will ever get back together. So let's pull out a few cards on that. Spirit, will Frédéric and Lisa ever get back together? Let's get a few cards out. Ooh, the Devil card. And for those of you that saw the reading that I just did on Lisa, the Devil card was there towards the end. I ignored it because I needed to end the reading. But the fact that it's coming out again at the beginning of this reading, it indicates that that was not a good partner for her. There may be some negative attachments that either he or she has, and being in that relationship reinforces it. So when we usually see the Devil card in the Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot, the visual is usually of two people in front of a horned figure, which is meant to symbolize the devil. But the people themselves are loosely handcuffed to this figure, this negative figure. So it indicates that they are enslaving themselves, keeping themselves attached to negativity by choice. And they need to do the work to remove themselves from that. The negativity or the vices of the devil could be like, you are codependent, you're needy, you're materialistic, you're superficial, you are maybe dealing with some sort of addictions. This could be you have negative attachments, like maybe there is a lot of shadow work that you have to do because of whatever previous relationships that you've been in. Maybe you're carrying other people's energy. So the devil card to me would indicate that no, they won't, or this could be a reason as to why, that if they do get back together, that it's problematic. But instantly, it seems to be indicating that they are not a good fit. Yeah, look at that. Wow. So we're getting the Temperance card in reverse again. And so this just came out in the reading that I did for Lisa. This indicates impatience and imbalance. So this idea of imbalance, it feels like this is saying that maybe one of them was giving more to the relationship than the other. And that's probably why it's unhealthy or toxic for them to get back together. It probably wouldn't be for the best. It would not be for the best if they got back together. So it would be better for them to stay apart. And someone knows that with this High Priestess card in reverse. It's about one's intuition that they're probably ignoring. So they know deep down in their gut, it's probably Lisa. She probably knows that this guy's no good for her. And she may have overlooked red flags or the signs that indicated that he wasn't good for her to overextend the relationship for as long as they did. So with that in the back of her mind, she probably wouldn't want to revisit that. But the High Priestess in reverse could also indicate gossip, rumors, secrets, and gossip, rumors, and secrets with someone or some situation that's toxic is only making things worse, especially if there was an imbalance, a lack of reciprocity, where it wasn't really favorable or beneficial for one of the people in the relationship. It feels like it was Lisa that may have been giving a little more of the relationship, more tolerant, more patient, versus Frédéric may have been the one that just wanted to have it his way. And when I think of the idea of materialistic and superficial, I would think that the billionaire is more like that than Lisa. Not to say that she doesn't have her own. I'm sure she has her own coin, but like when you're the fourth child of a billionaire empire, I think it's just a whole different league. So just to wrap it up real quick, seeming like absolutely not. They will not get back together, and it's for the best. I'll take the Hierophant as the last card because this usually indicates rebellion. Someone that does not want to be a part of some sort of society or group. They are trying to rebel against that. They're trying to be different. But also, this could sometimes indicate marriage when it's upright, like a social structure, societal norms and structures, like a marriage. When you see it in reverse, this indicates that someone's going against that. Someone doesn't want to be married, or someone doesn't want to be a part of someone's lifestyle, community, network, industry, whatever it is that Frédéric is a part of as this billionaire heir. Lisa doesn't want to be a part of that, or vice versa. Maybe Frédéric, as the billionaire fancy pants guy, doesn't want to be a part of K-pop Lisa's more relatable, lovable, warm, climbing the ladder of success kind of lifestyle. So it's looking like a no. It's looking like Frédéric and Lisa will not be getting back together, and it's for the best. Oh my, look at that. Someone needs to grow up. Someone's not stepping into their higher selves with this Judgment card in reverse, since we usually see this angel with the horn or the flute, and they are resisting some sort of elevation in their life. So it's feeling like maybe probably both of them still have a lot of work to do since they're relatively young. So they're still developing themselves and still maturing and still learning how to be their best self so that they could be a great partner in a relationship. But it's feeling more like it's Frédéric. It's feeling more like Frédéric still has to learn how to compromise, how to be more of a partner in a relationship instead of just expecting the person to give so much to you. Someone that is not only a billionaire heir, but they're an engineer and a mathematician. Those kind of people tend to think very black and white. And so it's hard for them to soften their demands or their preferences, their expectations for the realities of other people and the nuances and the imperfections. And those kind of people tend to be very rigid. When you are a great mathematician engineer, you're great at thinking logically, thinking black and white, but it doesn't always translate the best to emotional things and things that have to do more with love and humanity and softness. So it seems like he needs to still grow out of some of that rigidity and some of whatever lifestyle his billionaire heir life affords him. And the Seven of Swords is a repeat card that we also saw in the previous reading, which in this context, it's feeling like there's some sneakiness, some lying, some thieving, some cheating that either happened already or may be coming to light. I would assume it happened already, and Lisa already knows since we did get the intuition card. Even if it wasn't cheating, it seems like there was some deceitfulness around this guy, the devil energy guy, that she doesn't want to deal with again, or she should not want to revisit this Seven of Swords guy, especially if they live so far apart. This is like a repeat kind of what we saw with the Olivia Rodrigo. If it's a long distance relationship, there's so much time and space for people to go do whatever, behind each other's back. And so just leaves room for people to not be the most committed, the most monogamous, the most consistent partner. And so that's not really a healthy foundation for a long-term relationship. So in conclusion, I would say no, they will not get back together. And as I said, it will be for the best. Lisa will be better off without that reconnection. So let's just hope that the Knight of Swords that we saw in the previous reading is not Frédéric trying to return for a part 2 in Lisa's life, because as I said, the Knight of Swords coming back into someone's life tends to be very destructive, or at the very least very distracting. So if Frédéric does come back, hopefully Lisa does not accept, because all the cards indicated that that is not the right guy for her. We want someone that is more reciprocal, more give and take with her, and more loving and patient, not so rigid. So good luck to both of them. May Frédéric find the perfect robot girl of his dreams. Just kidding, just kidding. All right, so I'm going to switch into my very last reading for tonight. You're welcome, Matcha Latte. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out on the stream. Really pumping it for you guys tonight, giving you guys lots of readings so that I can catch up with some of these quests and pop culture topics. Giving you the best that, baby. Thank you for the hearts. You're very welcome. So glad you enjoyed the reading. All right, so let's see, what was I gonna do next? What was my I kept saying, oh, last reading, and now I forget which one that was. Oh, that's right. Pull up my visuals. I should actually do these last 2 readings. Okay, so for this one, okay. Basma requested a reading on Beyonce and Drake. Basma said she is, or he is, or they are. Basma said they are curious to know what Beyonce thinks about the whole Drake situation, considering that her husband is Jay-Z. And we have heard a lot about Jay-Z and Drake lately since Drake released his very successful Iceman album this summer, and Jay-Z has been out and about promoting his anniversary albums. And somewhere in there, there was a kicking up of the dust on the history between Drake and Jay-Z because, of course, naturally, the energy of being competitive in the rap world leads people to compete, leads fans to compare the performance of how well people's music is selling since Iceman was such a success. They were comparing Jay-Z's revisited anniversary album sales to not have been as successful, as well as all the other controversies Beyonce's husband Jay-Z has been in lately, as well as the rumors and speculation and conspiracy that many people believe that Jay-Z for many years has been a part of a group of people that may have been trying to kick Drake's back in, that may have been trying to kind of jump him industry wise in the business in terms of like, blocking his opportunities or setting up people like in the latest battle that Drake had with Kendrick Lamar, setting Kendrick Lamar up to amplify damaging messaging against Drake. There are people that believe that Jay-Z has had his hand in trying to maybe see this vendetta with Drake or trying to inconvenience and set him back, like diminish him a bit. It seems like that's part of this competitive energy as rappers and businessmen, since Jay-Z's, I'm a businessman, like that's one of his lines, but it seems like that competitive energy gets taken too far when you're allowing opportunities for someone to be disparaged by defaming or damaging content, like whatever was being amplified during the Kendrick Lamar rap beef against Drake. They were alleging that Drake may have had some funny business with underage women, the A minor line, and putting that on a platform as big as the Super Bowl, which Jay-Z is the one that gets to choose who does the Super Bowl for as long as he has that contract with the NFL. It just seemed like many people were connecting the dots and looking at other historical things that have happened behind the scenes between Jay-Z and Drake, assuming that there might still be some hidden animosity or some sort of vengeance or desire to diminish Drake Jay-Z might have based off of the actions that people have been lining up in terms of connecting and tracing it back to Jay-Z. Now, on the flip side, as Basma said, Beyonce used to work with Drake and she always loved his music. This is Basma's message that I'm reading out loud. Basma said, Beyonce used to work with Drake and she always loved his music. He wrote a couple of songs for her, including for her Renaissance album. Basma would not be shocked if Beyonce is a bit bothered about not working with Drake anymore. So indeed, because Beyonce and Drake do share some history of having worked together in the past on some successful songs, one of them that I can remember off of the top of my head was the Heated song from Renaissance. And there was also something on her, the self-titled album that I remember them collabing on. And this was the one picture that I was able to find of them together. I don't know if it's AI or if it's real. It looks kind of real. So at least there was this one photo op opportunity, maybe perhaps. And seeing that the energy was comfortable, like, business partners working together, it seemed like indeed Beyonce did at one point appreciate Drake's contributions to music and writing and I guess to some extent production as well. But since they successfully collabed in the future, I think that it is indeed interesting to see what the cards say about the energy between Beyonce and Drake now. Would love to see how does Beyonce feel about Drake, despite all of the tension between Drake and her husband Jay-Z. So let's see what the cards say about that, Spirit. What? Well, how should I ask this? Okay. Let me fix my collar first of all. It's not the way. Spirit, how does Beyonce feel about Drake? Despite, okay, this pop out? This deck is active. Oh, wonder if I should take these. The thing is, I wanted the deck to be split, but just in case they pop back out, the Chariot card and the Three of Cups, which are actually pretty positive. Let me just give it one more shuffle before I accept cards. Oh. Ooh, not the Tower again. That constantly comes out in my Beyonce and Jay-Z readings. Spirit, how does Beyonce feel about Drake in the midst of this underlying tension or rumored tension between Drake and her husband Jay-Z? Spirit, let's get a few cards out to see how does Beyonce feel about Drake. The first card that popped out is the Seven of Cups. This indicates illusions and many choices that one has to make, or many options that one has to choose from. So it seems like Beyonce has mixed feelings because she sees that there is opportunity and potential with Drake. She doesn't want to burn that bridge, but she also doesn't want to make a definitive alignment with Drake or with Jay-Z. Like, she doesn't want to, the same way she doesn't take a stance against most things, she doesn't want to make it clear where she stands because she sees that, first of all, she has to be loyal to her husband, of course, that goes without saying, but also she wants to leave the door open to benefit from any future potential collabs with Drake. She sees the benefits in, as I said earlier, Drake's contributions to music. Ooh, Nine of Cups. So this is someone not getting what they wanted, not getting what they wished for, or this could be saying that someone got what they wanted, but now they're not happy with it. So it feels like the later. It feels like this is saying that Beyonce may be going with her husband's position to keep the peace, to keep the loyalty, but she's not happy that there's a rift or there's underlying tension or the rumors even. It might be that maybe Jay-Z and Drake don't have that much true tension. It could be that the rumors have kind of fanned the flames and made things worse than what it really is. But whatever is there, even if it's small, it seems like Beyonce may resent that. Like she resents or regrets the fact that she can't really work with Drake the way that she would like. I mean, she still makes pretty good music. I loved the Renaissance. I wasn't really here for the Cowboy Carter. Loved her outfits for that though. But I believe that because Beyonce is most likely going to continue with her career for a while based off of some of what I saw in the previous readings I've done on her, she of course wants to keep the door open to continue to work with people that are currently successful in music like Drake. So seems like she kind of resents or regrets the fact that her husband has this thing with Drake, this tension or hostility or low-key animosity, whatever it is, or competition and you know, always trying to edge him out or get ahead, whatever it is that they have going on, because again, all of it is rumors, unconfirmed speculation, no facts, no truth, just tarot. But Beyonce just hates having to be in the middle of that, it seems. Oh, look at this, Wheel of Fortune. This is good luck. This is positivity. This is positive changes. So perhaps Beyonce has hope that in the future things will change for the better, or this could be confirming that indeed things will get better in the future to where she will be able to work with Drake again without feeling the guilt of like, oh, this is, going against whatever my husband's position is in this. So Beyonce seems to just be laying low, keeping quiet, not taking a stance either way, and keeping the door open to work with him in the future. Yep, indeed. 6 of Pentacles. This is her working with him in the future. This is about someone in a position of abundance given to those in need. But the idea of exchange is what I'm getting from this. The idea of giving resources to receive a bit, like exchanging, trading, and benefiting from, like, one hand washes the other. There we go. Then we have the 3 of Cups. This actually fell out earlier when I was unsure if I should accept it because I didn't finish shuffling the cards. And here we have it again, the 3 of Cups. This is about celebrations and socializing. So it seems like Beyonce knows that she's going to see Drake again a lot in the industry, in industry events, in her career. And she wants it to be positive, or she knows that if she were to see him in person, that she would be cordial, respectful, happy. Like, she personally is not inheriting the beef from her husband, if there's any beef. She's more so like, if she were to see him and get a chance to work with Drake again, like, she'd be cool. She'd be happy with it. She just kind of has to wait for that moment, and then she will seize that opportunity. Oh, wow. Look at things repeating once again. So at the same time that this card popped out earlier, the Chariot card did as well. And this is indicating that indeed Beyonce is very determined to move forward, power forward in getting the opportunity to work with Drake again. So this is actually really positive, as I was said when they first popped out, that she is not going to let whatever low-key conflicts Drake and her husband Jay-Z have affect her ability to get this good music out there, because we know how much Beyonce loves music and creativity and her craft and new sounds. She clearly loves the ways certain people like Drake, and she's even collabed with like Future and people that are in different genres than whatever she does. She likes how that confused with her style of music and make something great. So she is going to power forward, and this could also even mean aggression partially. So it seems like she's going to have her way to work with Drake again in the future if she wants to, if she needs to. She's not going to let any of that stop her. It's just that she can't like be all bold with it, like, I'm riding with Drake and going against my husband. She's just low key about it, but she clearly still sees the value in him, in Drake's contributions to music, if she's ready and willing to pay to work with him again. Ooh, interesting. The Star card in reverse. Ooh, wait a minute. I wonder what this means. Oh, okay. So because this comes after the Chariot card, this Star card in reverse could be saying that because Beyonce knows that there may be some challenges to her stardom, and by her stardom, I don't mean like her fame. I think Beyonce will always be beloved. She's an icon. She's a talent. And we will always remember her for all this great music and dancing. But based off of the previous readings that I've done on Beyonce and Jay-Z, it constantly comes out in the cards that they know that something is coming that's going to affect their brand and their image. When I see the Star card in reverse, this idea of despair and hopelessness as it relates to a celebrity, it seems like they know that their time is coming where their celebrity will be challenged or limited, or there might be some defaming, like some infamy, some negative things might be coming. And so maybe that's why Beyonce may be in a rush to try to work with someone like Drake to get more good music in her back catalog of, or her archive of stuff that hasn't even been released. She would rather just like stockpile on all these song options and prepare for a moment where the blowback or backlash of whatever might come out about her husband, or whatever this tower moment that kept coming out in the cards for them, whatever that may be, Beyonce would rather prepare by having music with someone that does have favor in the industry right now, like Drake, with all of the success from his recent trilogy of albums. She wants to prepare for this moment by having music with someone like a Drake, with whoever else is lit and hot and successful at this time. And then we have the Hangman, which is about surrendering and sacrifice in order to allow things to unfold as they must, or unfold as they will. Allowing yourself to release yourself from being in control and let things happen naturally. So it's kind of reinforcing this idea that they know, they being Beyonce and Jay-Z, know that something is coming that they cannot stop. Another reoccurring theme or pattern that I saw in the previous readings that I did for them. They know that this is coming. They can't stop it. They have to just go with it. So the best thing that she could do is prepare for that moment by having music with someone that society, that the public, that the music listeners, lovers, and fans like, in case that's going to help her kind of avoid some of that backlash, or what's the word, contra, like counter, there we go, to help kind of counter some of the backlash that might come for them in the future. And we saw the Knight of Wands, which is indicating some sort of frustration and anger, some chaotic, impulsive energy. And all I'm thinking of is like rushing, like doing things too fast. Remember, I was hesitant to say aggression on the Chariot card earlier, because it felt like it was too strong of a word. But now that we're seeing this Knight of Wands card in reverse, it is kind of feeling like this idea of being aggressive or being in a rush. It could be because, again, of what they think might be coming down the pipeline for them, for Jay-Z, for Beyonce, for the Carters. Whatever's coming down the pipeline for them is causing this desire to hurry up and get it done, to the point where it's like frustrating that, like, gee, my husband's in this created this temporary tension, saltiness, blockage, shade that is kind of temporary blocking me. So I kind of just want to like sweeten things up. Like if she sees Drake, or if she's, I don't know how she works, send an email, send an intern, send whoever to nice him up, to sweet talk him, to be, hey, I know you guys have this, but I just wanted you to look at this, what are you hearing with this music? Does this give you any ideas? You want to write like a, like, I feel like she might try to rope him in for a little collaboration on the low, just to get what she wants to stockpile, and avoid the frustration of all of this coming out and the blockages that are in place because of her husband. Because ultimately things are coming to a painful ending based off of this 10 of Swords. So that's either saying something about these things that the Carters think might come out down the line that might stop their ability to be these super successful musical artists slash moguls, or it could say that the working relationship between Beyonce and Drake might come to an end, and that's why there's frustration. So Beyonce might actually attempt to stockpile a few more songs with him, reach out to him sweetly, or have her people try to, link it up. But Drake might be at a stage where he's like, I'm done. I don't rock with the people that were connected to the people that were trying to kick my back in and do the 20v1. And at the time that people were saying the worst things about me, you were silent or you were amplifying it. So whether you're that person or you were connected with that person, I'm not working with anyone that feels like they weren't in my corner when people were stabbing me in the back. When we see the 10 daggers, this man on the floor, the 10 daggers, Drake felt like, where were you when I was getting stabbed in the back? Now you want to come to do music. This might be saying that Drake may not be receptive at some point. Maybe they might squeeze out one more song or something, maybe something light. But it seems like Beyonce may not be able to work with him again the way she did before, even though she would want to, based off of the earlier cards. It seems like Drake now has a wall up. I'm thinking back to the reading that I did on how Drake feels about Jay-Z, and I remember there was the Three of Cups in reverse. So interesting, here we see upright in that reading, the Three of Cups in reverse seemed to indicate that Drake's energy was saying no new friends and no reconnections. He is very firm about keeping boundaries against people that he has doubts about or he feels are connected to the people that he can't trust or that weren't really in his corner at a time that things were getting like feeling, he felt like he was attacked, under attack. He felt like he was back against the wall. Spent months in the corner just being my back. Hey, I'm used to this. I'm numb to that. I know I just gotta adapt. Hey, I think that's one of my new favorites from Iceman. It's like the more you listen to the album, you know, many of us who first, well, anyway, I'll save that for a Drake reading, but I just was repeating one of the lyrics from one of the Drake Iceman album songs. It was Bees on the Table. So since we're thinking of his back, Drake's back, being stabbed in his back, it just brought that lyric to mind. For those of you that have never heard the album, I'm just giving that background. But basically, this is saying that Drake may not be receptive to work with Beyonce again, which is an interesting twist. I didn't see that coming. But then again, I can't be surprised. Again, he went through some very disappointing and surprising lack of support from people in his industry, people that he really tried to elevate or help or thought were closer with him than he realized they were, based on how they acted when they saw people kind of like trying to kick a dog when they're down, I guess. So to finish things off, let's see, what did I see here? This doesn't really seem like tough decisions will be made. A desire to not have any conflicts anymore. Yeah. So the Two of Swords in reverse, indicating that tough decisions will be made or have already been made. This is usually something predetermined or forced. So while Drake may not want to work with Beyonce again, I don't know if this is saying that there might be some contractual obligation that they had already in place. Like maybe there is something they recorded way back then that already exists that Beyonce is gonna try to have access to that released again or have him sign off on it. I don't know how it works in an industry. I'm just, you know, using the little bit that I'm imagining. So there might, as I said earlier, it seems like there might be like maybe one more thing that they work on together that may have already been baked from way back then, but it's not anything new that he's willingly like ready to come to table at this time, because energy can always change. But at this time, the cards seem to indicate that Drake is not really trying to think about new music, not receptive to doing new music with Beyonce. And if something does come out, it's probably something old that they recorded already. And we're ending with this Five of Swords in reverse. So while upright, the Five of Swords indicates pettiness and a desire to win at all costs, in reverse, it indicates that people are ready and willing to put their swords down. There is a desire for peace. It's like a peace treaty. This is like, let's diffuse, let's not have conflict. And this could alternatively indicate reopening old wounds. But this more so feels like, even though I'm speaking like I'm Drake, even though I'm not here for your husband and I'm not here for padding your pockets and helping you guys eventually during your time of crisis to align yourself with someone that is successful currently in the charts and the, you know, all the lists that they use, all the metrics that they use to establish musical success in these days. I am not going to fight you on releasing whatever we already did, or, you know, it's like it's basically saying like there's no smoke. It's not like Drake is combative. It's not like he's gonna be like, you know, I don't have the words right now. I'm on stream for almost 4 hours, so I just have to wrap this up. But it just seems like Beyonce doesn't want smoke, Drake doesn't want smoke. They never had any conflict with each other. Beyonce definitely respected Drake as a musician and his contributions to music, as did Drake of Beyonce also respected her as a musician. And while they may not work together again, there is no beef or conflict between them. So they are just gonna just ride out the wave, I guess, of whatever side they have to be on for their self-preservation and protection. And I will leave it there. Yeah, ooh, I mean, something about the past is not helping them with their future. So I guess this could be saying that there's too much water under the bridge for them to resolve whatever it is that is outside of them. And the stuff that's outside of them is, it feels like this might be Jay-Z or whoever is in charge of Beyonce's business dealings, which the emperor, the ruler, the owner of an empire, a kingdom, a business conglomerate for a person. It seems like that's the past that is not working in the favor of a potential Beyonce and Drake reconnection for a collab. So I guess I'm not surprised. Not surprised to see these cards. Very interested to see what Basma is gonna say, and for what the rest of you fans of Beyonce and Drake will say. But I guess that is to be expected, because that's kind of the safest route, is to just, be respectful of your husband by being supportive and loyal to him, but also as a creative, not burning any bridges, trying your best to squeeze out whatever you can. And then you guys just keep your distance, peacefully coexist in separate directions. So, we'll never hear Beyonce trash talk Drake, and we'll never hear Drake trash talk Beyonce, because they never had any personal conflict. It's just kind of the mutuals, the people around them. So good luck to them. And at least we did get a few good songs from them collaborating. Okay, final reading of the night / morning, depending on where you are. Let me see, where do I want to put this? Yeah, I'll put this here. Let me see if this is the right deck. Actually, I want to use this one. Want to just be in my back. Used to this, I'm done to that. I know, gotta adapt. Hey, wait on your Spotify Wrapped. Messages about to hit. Please don't hit send on none of that. What it is if you double back. Oh, there's no need to check what the temperature is. You know what it is if you double back. Should have put another blade in my back. Should have double tap. What was the offer they said? What did they put on the table? What does that say on that paper? If that they got a double that, triple that, but a picture that, hey. Chef's 2 Michelin, hey. Come to the 6 and we dripping you boys like a christening. Hey, that song's stuck in my head now. I was listening to it earlier when I was working out, so maybe that's why. Okay, so let's cue up my last reading for the night. Relevant. Let me see, I kind of did almost everything. There's 3 readings that I'm not doing tonight because I'm exhausted and not really pressing. I could always pick them up a later time. So let's switch into a reading on Real Housewives of Atlanta, Porsha Williams and Shamea Morton. So I have not been following the latest season of Atlanta, but clips circulated in the past week of some exchange that Porsha and Shamea had over a dinner table, I guess an episode that recently aired, where Shamea was expressing her upset or frustration with Porsha for I forget what. I don't. Again, I haven't been following. But within that exchange, where Porsha, oh, that's what it was. Porsha said something about how she couldn't trust Shamea to have her kids or something. Like Porsha wouldn't bring her kids over to Shamea's house or something, and that hurt Shamea. So as Shamea was expressing her hurt, Porsha responded with like, "Well, if I'm not cool with you, I'm not gonna have my kids over by your place." Then Shamea brings up the moment when Porsha told other people, "Well, don't talk about my sister like that," referring to Shamea because at some point Porsha and Shamea were best friends. And Shamea said, "Well, when you said I was your sister back then, did you mean it then?" Porsha said she meant it, but now she doesn't know because Porsha, all season it seems, has been dangling this thing that she learned that Shamea did or said last season or something, which she hasn't disclosed what that thing is. She keeps saying that she learned of something that Shamea did or said that caused her to no longer trust her or no longer be able to be friends with her. So then Shamea counters with, "Well, let's start digging into what the real problem is." And from what Shamea said, it seems like she's trying to reveal that she believes that what's truly behind Portia's change in friendship or whatever. I am assuming she was icing Shamea out this season. I don't know. Again, I haven't watched this season. I kind of gave up on Atlanta because it's like so many new girls, and I just wasn't really feeling some of the storylines. But basically, Shamea starts to confront Porsha with what Shamea claims Porsha said, which was that Porsha seemed to have low key indicated jealousy, like saying that Porsha didn't want Shamea to be on the show in the same capacity. Like, don't be a whole housewife. You should just be a friend of, kind of trying to diminish Shamea. And then somehow in the exchange going back and forth, then Shamea reveals that the truth is that your mom, like speaking to Portia's mom, Shamea alleges, Portia's mom tried to sleep with Shamea's husband. And that because of that, the moms had some history and they fell out. And then there was a moment where Porsha, I guess a flashback to a previous reunion where Porsha said that Shamea's mom took the daycare, but that was missing some context because Shamea's mom and Portia's mom were already not speaking, or they had already fallen out at the time that she purchased the daycare. Anyway, I give you guys these bullet points just to say that all this history came bubbling over in this dinner exchange, and it sent the internet streets wild, chatting about who's right and who's wrong and what's the truth and what's fake. So I'm going to pull a few cards here to see what is the truth about the history between Porsha and Shamea, who once were so close. They once were best friends, as they had originally been presented when Porsha first introduced Shamea to the viewers on the show. And now they are falling out. I wouldn't think, it didn't seem like there's any coming back from what we saw in that dinner table exchange, and then the little clips of the interviews or post what do you call it, after show clips that we've seen of Porsha and Shamea reacting to the season as it airs. It didn't seem like they're in a good place now. It seems like there's no way to go back to whatever kind of friendship they had before. But many people are feeling like the friendship wasn't built on much to begin with, if now they're falling out over things that are not even expressed. So if they're now falling out over all of this history, yet nothing specific in their recent current history. So let's pull a few cards to see what's the truth of the history between Porsha Diane Williams. Oh, Diane, like her mom. Isn't her mom named Diane? So I guess her middle name takes after her mom. Very nice. But let's see what the cards have to say about the true history between Porsha Williams, who is 45, she is a Cancer, and Shamea Yvonne Morton Mwangi, she is 44, she is a Taurus. Wait, let me see, what was that? That's Angel. The Angel card popped out when I said Shamea's name. So let's see if it pops out again. Spirit, what is the truth about the history between Porsha and Shamea? Is it true that Porsha is falling out with Shamea just because she's jealous of her, of the fact that she is now on the show sharing the spotlight? Or is there just some dirty history, some dirty deed that Shamea did to Porsha that has not yet been revealed? Spirit, what is the truth? Oh, and Shamea's a Taurus. I'm surprised that she endured for so long. I mean, actually, it kind of makes sense because Tauruses can be loyal. Taurus women can be very loyal friends and lovers, but once a bull sees red, they're coming at you. That bull is going to charge. So it seems like that's what we saw at that dinner table, Shamea charging forward and finally confronting Porsha on all of the shade that she seemed to have been throwing in Shamea's direction versus whatever warmth Shamea perceived Porsha was extending to some of the other castmates that she doesn't have nearly as much history with. And also, I'm surprised that other people are surprised about Porsha, because I recall back when I did watch seasons of Housewives of Atlanta that Shamea always, that Porsha always exemplified some kind of jealous and manipulative behaviors. I actually thought that there was a moment where they were leaving an event and there was like a physical altercation with Porsha and Shamea, if my memory serves me correctly. It's either that Porsha was getting physical against Shamea, or maybe Shamea was trying to stop Porsha from getting physical with someone else. Unfortunately, there have been some instances of Porsha getting violent on or off the show that have actually been addressed on the show. So it's not too far-fetched to think that I'm correct in remembering that there was some kind of scrapping going on, physical situation going on that Porsha was getting like agitated about, and that maybe Shamea was actually trying to hold her back, or Shamea was the target. Maybe Porsha was trying to get, trying to throw some hands at Shamea. I don't know, but whatever it is, Porsha has exhibited a history of problematic behavior through the Housewives of Atlanta show, along with being likable, looking good, and giving us content to distract from those memories and to cause some people to forget. So I guess if you've only been watching the latest seasons, you will think that Porsha is legit in whatever she claims to be her reasoning for not messing with Shamea anymore after whatever many years of friendship. But from what I remember of Porsha, there were instances where she told bold-faced lies to her castmates, and she admitted it after, like, oh, well, you said something, so I had to say something back to you. So it seems like that is not far from Porsha's style of just like, okay, you said you're whatever sleeping with your mom's. It's so messy that I don't even know how to repeat it. You said something about my mom, so I'm going to say something about your mom. Basically, is kind of what we saw exchanged at that dinner table clip that's been circulating. And then with the whole reasoning as to why she's falling out with Shamea, she hasn't been able to give anyone a clear reason. And so that's why it's seeming like she's just trying to mask a little jealousy, because when Shamea disclosed that Porsha may have said in the past that she wanted Shamea to stay small in comparison to her and not share the spotlight on the show, it seems very believable that that is something that Porsha would say and that she would expect that of her friends. We saw that she had unreasonable expectations for her ex-baby daddy, Dennis, at some point, where it was like she was setting the expectation that she can go on and date, but she was upset that Dennis was trying to date someone, I believe, or something to that effect. I don't know. I remember there was a season that he was like sending Chanel purses her way, I think, or something. And it was just messy. It was like, are you guys together? Are you not? Okay, so you want to move on, but you don't want him to move on. Again, that's just from what I vaguely remember from many years ago. But either way, with that background and that history, it's just not too far off to think that Porsha indeed would have some sort of jealousy or resentment for Shamea now being on the show. And as some of the commenters in the social media streets have been saying, they feel that Porsha is jealous that Shamea has what they think Porsha would want in terms of a stable marriage with a successful man. And Shamea has her own success outside of the show. I guess Shamea has been acting and hosting and had her own spotlight before she was brought into the Housewives of Atlanta world as a friend of Porsha's, and now she's stepped out, I guess, this season as her own housewife, and that has caused friction or problems and jealousy, potential jealousy from Porsha to Shamea, unexplained hidden animosity that Porsha is probably masking under the guise of like, oh no, I have legitimate grievances over something that you did, and now I'm not messing with you, but I'm not going to say what it is that I found out. So with all that background, let's see what the cards have to say about what is the true history, the true energy of the relationship between Porsha and Shamea, Spirit. Let's get a few cards out on Porsha and Shamea. Way too many popped out. Oh, but I have to say, the first thing that popped out was self-doubt, envy, and insecurity. I'm going to keep this one. These, I don't know, but isolation, liar, runner, avoidant, someone's avoidant, pretentious, and disease. Wow, should I keep these cards? I usually don't keep this many cards, but it seems a little applicable. Oh my gosh. I'll shuffle them. I'll see if they come back out, but I guess this might be the reading right here. Let's see. There we go. Spirit, let's get a few cards out to see the truth of the relationship and history of the relationship between Porsha Williams and Shamea Morton. Spirit, let's get a few cards out to see the truth of what happened in their relationship for this fallout. Spirit, what is the truth of the relationship between Shamea Morton and Porsha Williams from Real Housewives of Atlanta? Spirit, let's get a few cards out. Well, this doesn't seem to apply. Oh, wow. And repeat cards from earlier readings. I'm going to continue to shuffle because it's not resonating for me in terms of understanding how these cards relate. My nails are longer than usual tonight, so it's been giving me some challenges to shuffle. But I just wanted to try something different because I have cute palm tree designs and like a nice light metallic that I thought was cute, so I just wanted to try it. So shuffles are just taking a bit of a beating, bit of a sacrifice. Spirit, what's the truth of the relationship between Shamea and what's the truth of the relationship between Porsha and Shamea, Spirit? Let's get a few cards out to see what is the truth of the history of their friendship and the reason that they've fallen out. So we actually are getting this card that just popped out. I put it right back in the deck because I wasn't sure if it applied, but it seems like it indeed does. So we're seeing snapped, unhinged, instability, crazy, deranged. So someone's not in their right mind mentally. I would think that it's Porsha that is maybe misremembering things or a little unhinged in her approach to how she presents herself for reality TV versus how she presents herself in real life or with what was once a real life friend of hers. Seems to be rooted in a little bit of mental instability and a lot of bit of self-doubt, insecurity, and envy. So this idea of jealousy was confirmed with the very first card that popped out for this reading. So envy, insecurity, and instability. Lack of fear. Okay. Fearlessness is usually something that you would see from people that are unstable and unhinged, a little crazy. But I would also think that this indicates that someone who is fearless is also very impulsive. Someone who is unhinged and unstable is impulsive and doesn't think before they act. So that's what I'm getting here from this fear in reverse card. Oh no! Not this card again. This came out earlier tonight. This is the demonic card, El Diablo. So if I relate this card to the devil card in the Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot, then this is speaking about attachments. So someone might have a lot of shadow work to do, working on oneself, working on one's insecurities, working on one's the deadly sins. If you have envy and gluttony and greed and all those things, you have to work on that. And this could be saying that there are negative attachments, materialism, fame, jealousy, envy. So indeed, it looks like, allegedly, no facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards, but it seems like Porsha has to do a lot of internal work in order to be a friend to anybody, not just to Shamea, because with this impulsive and unhinged energy that's willing to do whatever to fulfill her desire to be the fairest one of all because of her insecurities, it's not going to lead to any positive relationships. And when Porsha first came out to the show, we saw that she went through a messy divorce, and so many people felt bad for her since then, and were riding with her and for her. And we saw over the years her relationships unfold in a way where we got to see that she is actually the problem in some of her relationships, not just romantic relationships, but even in some of her friendships or relationships with her castmates. So unfortunately, it looks like there is still a lot of work that Porsha needs to do internally to get right, to get aligned, to be better. Wow, interesting that some of these cards are coming out again. So this says promiscuity. This says promiscuity. I can't even read these words tonight. This says promiscuity, lust, sidewalk gang, but it's in reverse. I wonder what that means in terms of someone that is no longer being promiscuous and lustful. Is this maybe trying to confirm that whatever accusation either Shamea or Porsha threw out at that table about who's sleeping with who, that must be a lie, that's inaccurate, that didn't happen? I wonder, there were so many, it was such a back and forth. I remember seeing the ladies' faces in the clip. The other ladies that were at the dinner table, they were like, oh, ping pong, like a tennis match, and everyone's faces were like gagged and gasping. So I'm like, well, which lie exactly? Because there were so many gaggy moments shared in that exchange. Interestingly enough, this is another card that popped out earlier that I threw it back in because I didn't really understand how it related, but the fact that it's coming back out is trying to say indeed that there is something about not necessarily children, but I would say maybe childhood, because it says children creation investments and it's in reverse. So I would say there is something negative about someone's childhood that is contributing to some of these behaviors. So I guess that's Porsha, if we are to believe that these cards are reinforcing some of the unhinged, jealous, and impulsive behaviors that we have come to see of her over the years. And it stems from something in her childhood. So I guess the cards are trying to give us the backstory so we kind of can empathize with the villain, sympathize a little more with the villain, sympathize with the devil. But let's see. Okay. So we're seeing the gossip, trash talk, lies card, but it came out in reverse again. So I guess this is confirming that this exchange that was had was full of lies. I don't know. I feel like I don't feel like Shamea was lying energetically. So I'm feeling like maybe it's trying to say that more of the lies and gossip were coming from Portia's side, because it felt like that whole first row was trying to give some background and motive as to why Portia would act like this still at this stage in her career or in the season of Atlanta that she has been in, which is supposed to be successful, right? If you've been in the series, in the show for this long, but yet she is still not having learned from her past, still having a lot to work on. So, yeah, confirming this idea of lies, of it didn't happen. Spiritual rank. I don't really know how this applies. Maybe this is saying that either someone's divinely protected, like maybe Shamea is divinely protected, or spiritual rank. Maybe this is saying that people will get what's coming to them. They will be positioned spiritually where they are meant to. Whoever's truly a better person will come out ahead. I'm not clear on what this card means, so I'm just going to pull a few more here. Look at that. This is another one of the cards that came out earlier. Someone is avoidant. Someone is a runner, running from the truth, running from doing the inner work, running from confrontation, running from accountability. I am, again, strongly feeling that most of these cards are about Porsha, allegedly. No facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards. Then we see something negative about the parents. So both women spoke about their moms falling out. This could be confirming that, but it could also be pointing to a negative influence from a parent. So since most of these cards were seeming to indicate Porsha, I would think that this could be saying something about how stuff in Portia's childhood have made her the way she is now. And of course, the childhood is greatly affected by how someone is raised, someone's upbringing due to their parents. So it seems like the cards are saying that Porsha is the way she is because of something about her parent. Either the way her parent is rubbed off on her, her parent was a model for the kind of behavior that Porsha is exercising now, or some treatment of how Portia's parent treated her, or parents, because we're seeing both of them. Maybe Porsha has some father wounds, like abandonment issues. If her father wasn't there, I don't know. I believe her mom is divorced, or I don't know if they ever got married. I don't know what the marital status is there with Portia's mom and her father, but it seems like something in Portia's upbringing or foundation is the reason that she is avoidant and has all of these negative characteristics. Wow, look at that. It came out again. The liar card. We saw it earlier on in that chunky pile of cards that popped out that I threw back in. And now that we're seeing it, it's just reinforcing that idea. It did come out in reverse though, but this card seems to be saying either way, it's lies. Yes, no, no, yes. Liar, liar, pants on fire, long nose here. Kind of confirming what we saw in the earlier cards and what I was saying from what we've already observed on the show, that Porsha will impulsively just blurt out a lie at her castmates just to do a tit for tat, just to be petty and just say something back to them, even if it's not true. And we've seen the worst version of that being when, I forget her name. She has a Babiana right now, looking real good. I can't believe I can't forget. Oh, Phaedra. When Phaedra had Porsha talking about, the things that they were accusing Candy of doing, and then that turned out to not be true, and Phaedra was just feeding lies to Porsha, and Porsha was just repeating it. That was kind of one of the examples, but not really, because Phaedra didn't disclose that to Porsha until the reunion, I guess. But I don't know. There were other instances where Porsha herself said, yeah, well, you said something, so I had to come back with something too, even if it wasn't true. I forget who it was against, but Liar, Liar, Pants on Fire, not surprised. Porsha, unfortunately, does have a history of that. But then we see interfere, intrude, hinder, blockages in reverse. I wonder what that means. So blockages, I guess blockages in love, since we're seeing those two people kissing. It's mean in reverse. Lack of blockages. The best thing I could think is like a lack of boundaries. Lack of boundaries in love. Could it be saying that because of whatever childhood trauma and misguidance by the parentals in Porsha's life, it caused her to be male-centered, to look at relationships and favor as a way to come up, to seek validation. And so seeing this in reverse, it could be saying that she kind of felt like Shamea was a blockage to her validation somehow. Like Shamea coming on the show and sharing the spotlight and having whatever it is that she has going for her, somehow that threatens Porsha's spotlight in her mind. It may not be reality, but in her mind, because of her own insecurities and self-doubts, she may feel that it threatens her shine and limits her ability to get validation somehow. Not really surprised to see all that. Yeah, it disempowers her. It blocks her coins, because we're seeing the empowerment card here in reverse. And we're also seeing the financial blockages card, both of these in reverse, indicating that by Shamea being on the show, Porsha feels that that's less power for her. But we can also think of like fame and influence, because being on the Bravo reality show, The Housewives, part of the perk is that you have influence, you have a image and a brand that you can use to sell other products. Like Porsha has her Go Naked hair and all her other things, and so she's just feeling like it's less power and influence for her if someone else is taking her spotlight. It's less money for her. Like there's more than enough to go around, but somehow Porsha feels like the way for her to elevate is by diminishing other people that she thinks, are a threat to her. So it's kind of confirming some of what people may have thought already out there. Interesting. Once again, we're seeing cards that I threw back in the pile earlier on. And this is confirming that indeed these cards, both of them. Indeed, these cards seem to have been intended for this reading. So setup, entrapment, quagmire, and isolation, abandonment, alone. So this is saying that Porsha doesn't want to be the odd man out. She doesn't want to be the one that gets the short end of the stick. So she would rather set someone else up to get either removed from the show or to have a smaller role, so that Porsha's not the one that has to face whatever loss, whatever consequences, whatever fears and threats and whatever things are in the mind of someone that is unhinged and convincing themselves that sharing the spotlight is a threat to begin with, because it shouldn't be. It's not. There's more than enough to go around, but someone who's insecure is going to convince themselves that they need to fear other women that have things going for them, because that means less validation, less rewards, less power for them. And Porsha doesn't want to be the one that experiences that. So she would rather push someone into the fire. She would rather push someone into the for some reason I'm seeing like a cauldron, like you know how a witches will have their cauldron brewing and whatever. So yeah, it's seeming like Portia's throwing Shamea under the bus somehow, in terms of making it seem like Shamea did some big betrayal to legitimize these false grievances that Porsha seems to have against Shamea, just because there's envy, jealousy, and feeling threatened, feeling that she's at risk of having less. Porsha feels that she will have less if Shamea gets to shine and share the spotlight, share the platform with her. So, can't say I'm surprised. Probably will leave it there. Let me just see what the bottom says. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think it's applicable. I mean, I'll just show it. Binding, finances, love, spiritual, energetic. And this says something about spell work, black magic, curse, hex. Yikes. Hope not. Don't start dabbling in that, Porsha. I hope your dislike of Shamea doesn't reach to those heights. It shouldn't get as dark and dirty as like putting roots on Shamea just because you want her gone that bad. I hope. But if there's any truth to this, I guess we cannot underestimate Porsha's delusions or illusions in her mind of how big of a threat she may think Shamea is. It's unfortunate to see that, because you know, sisterhood is important. Having girlfriends, especially girlfriends that you've been through so many stages of your life with, is important to kind of try to keep that alive, unless there's legitimate reason to break it off. And being jealous, being petty are not legitimate reasons. But from the time Porsha didn't go to Shamea's wedding and whatever other kind of suspects, shady history they had, it seemed like Porsha was already trying to create distance and trying to find a way to disassociate herself with Shamea before Shamea gets too much of the spotlight. So it's unfortunate to see that some of that is being confirmed in the cards. Hopefully Shamea and Porsha can work it out, whatever way works better for them. And if that way is just not being friends anymore, then so be it. But may that not slow down the Housewives of Atlanta franchise from moving forward and having a better cast and better episodes in the future, because I think the current season's coming to an end. They're going to have their reunion, and let's see what the future holds. Hopefully they can bring back Nene. It would be great to see Nene on Housewives of Atlanta again. Marlo. You have Marlo, you have Nene, you have Porsha, you have... I would love to see Kenya back on Atlanta. And with maybe a couple of the girls from the current season. There's too many on right now, though. I don't know. Just... they gotta just bring back some of those power players from the past and mix in just a couple of the new ones. They've been saying that the Angela girl has a lot of reads. I haven't watched, as I said, full episodes of this season, but I did see, I believe it's Angela, the one that's married to the former Nick, the former basketball player from the Knicks. She did have some spicy exchanges with some of the girls in some of the clips, and so maybe her and the ones I just mentioned, Nene, Marlo, Porsha, Kenya, and who else? I don't think I really need Cynthia and Phaedra. I don't know what they gave this season, but from the comments, it just didn't seem like they gave much. It didn't seem like they stood out. I do love this Bobbiana that Phaedra has been popping out with lately in the interviews, though. That bob looks good on her. I like that. But I don't know what they gave in terms of story. And I wouldn't mind if we get all of those legacy castmates coming back to Atlanta. I wouldn't mind seeing that cast plus Shamea and Angela. I think that would be a nice mix. I don't know what the other girls give, so it's no shade to them. It's just kind of like those are the things that would make me watch again if I saw some of the previous housewives that we've already grown to know and love, and that we already know that, they give. Atlanta's known for their reads, so they give the good reads, they give the good sass and the flair and the fashions, and I would love a good old school like Atlanta energy. Those power players, to see them all together, because we never got to see them all together in a more fresh energy. Because when we did get Porsha and Marlo and Nene, I think Nene was going through some things with Greg. So Nene was kind of grouchy and mean, and she wasn't pleasant. She wasn't her best. I think that was one of her last seasons. And so now that we see how things have unfolded, unfortunately, rest in peace to her late husband Greg, who passed away from cancer. It's a new Nene now. So it'd be nice to see her, even though there was some things that went down legally between Nene and the Bravo Network. It seems like they've put that behind them since Nene was seen filming for a spinoff, a housewife spinoff, The Ultimate Girls Trip. So she's kind of tiptoeing her way back into the network. I love that Bravo is receptive to that. So I would love if they would just go all the way and bring her back to Atlanta. I think it would be exciting to see mixed in with a couple of those girls. We don't need Kim though. We don't need Kim to come back. I know Kim, is going through her things right now with her divorce situations and financial situations, and would probably would be down to come back, but we don't need that. We're good on that. The core that I mentioned are probably the ones that will bring a lot of people like myself that used to watch Atlanta back to watch. So let's see what happens with that after the reunion. All right. I'm going to slip in 2 more quickie readings. Let's do a quick reading on Drake and JLo. So it's the 10-year anniversary of when we heard back in 2016 that Drake and JLo were dating. And I think they were even working on some music at the time, since Drake had a If You Had My Love and I Gave You All My Trust. Since Drake had that sample on one of his albums, one of his songs from one of his albums, and that's a sample from a JLo song. So because I forgot what happened that made me, either someone requested it or something recently happened with JLo that made me think, hey, what was the true history between Drake and JLo? How come that didn't work out? Because it seems like that may have had potential. From what we know about Jenny, she loves being the limelight, and Drake is outside and he's successful. She does her thing. She looks great. So I just curious to see what the cards have to say about Drake and JLo. Drake, Aubrey Graham, who is 39. He's a Scorpio from Toronto, Canada. Very successful rapper and businessman. And we have JLo, Jennifer Lynn Lopez. She's 57. Wow. And she actually just celebrated her birthday this past weekend. Happy birthday to the Leo, JLo. So let's see what the cards have to say. What really happened between Drake and JLo? Why didn't that work out? What's the tea, Spirit? What really happened between Drake and JLo? Let's get a few cards out. Actually, guys, this deck. Spirit, what really happened between Drake and JLo? Let's get a few cards out to see what really happened between them. Okay, this says contentment, happiness, and gratitude, but it came out in reverse. So someone, presumably a feminine, so JLo, was not happy. Contentment, happiness, and gratitude. She was not she was not grateful, and she was not happy or content with the dynamic with being with Drake for some reason. Okay. So we're seeing the scarcity card in reverse. Black poverty struggle in reverse would, you would assume abundance, but I tend to think that this card is still pointing to a scarcity mentality, that although someone has moved out of the immediate struggle, poverty, and scarcity, they may still be carrying the mentality and letting that guide their decisions. So usually someone with a scarcity mentality, they might be greedy, stingy, conservative, they might be needy, they might be cheap. None of those things seem to describe Drizzy Drake, Aubrey Graham. He seems to be very generous and very well settled into his life as a famous rich musician. So I guess I'll just pull more cards to see if I can get some more clarity on what else this could be saying. Scarcity, like poverty, struggle. The idea of desperation is what I'm getting from this, but the reverse of that. So maybe this is saying that somebody was faking it, like under the hood, the engine is not running too well, but on the surface, someone's like pretending, like being fake, pretending that they've got it going on. They're so perfect on the outside, they're so polished. There's nothing but abundance, and using that to mask any inner work that needs to be done. So maybe although Drizzy seems to be very generous and well adjusted, maybe for those women that get closer to him, they get to see another side of him that make them realize that although he has these things on the surface, there are some voids perhaps that Drizzy has that are only seen up close. Who knows? I personally like Drake. I think that if I ever see him like in Turks and Caicos or in a nightclub or something, I think he'd be a really fun guy. But you know, that doesn't really translate to what the experience of dating him is like. Maybe that's something completely different. Interesting. Now we're seeing the guilt and remorse card, but we're seeing it in reverse. So that means that there is no guilt, there is no remorse, there is no regret. But I wonder what this is about. I wonder if I should continue pulling from this deck. Maybe I should switch decks because I'm not really understanding the message. No guilt, no remorse, no regrets. So basically saying I'm glad I, didn't continue trying to date him or seeing what we could possibly have, because I wasn't happy with this guy that's masking something, some voids. There's something about shocking, surprise, unexpected. The truth not coming out, I guess, since it's in reverse. Deity, divine creator, supreme being. Someone probably thought highly of themselves. So that person that was masking, maybe this is saying how JLo felt about Drake. Maybe JLo felt that Drake was masking and he had a superiority complex, that he felt that he was greater than he really is, like maybe very self-important or something. Self-doubt, envy, and insecure. So this could be one of those voids that JLo might have felt that Drake was masking for, that he actually is an insecure guy and that's why he overgives and comes through with the hey, I'm so great, I'm so successful, I'm so lit. I don't know. I don't think Drake steps into rooms like that or steps into relationships and situations like that, but it seems to be indicating thus far from the cards that this might be the impression that JLo got from him. Oh wow, narcissist. This could go either way. Who's the narcissist here? Is it JLo or is it Drake? I mean, it's a masculine, but everyone knows that JLo definitely fits this description, because even just this year, JLo's birthday was just a couple days ago, but somehow people were thinking she's a Cancer because she actually celebrated it weeks ago when she was in France. And I think the World Cup had even just started. So kind of narcissistic if you ask most people. Now, we're seeing something in reverse here about spirit guides. So I guess someone's spirit guides guided them away from this connection, from this potential relationship. To be honest, oh. I was about to say I'm not feeling these cards. I think I should switch, but I'm actually stick with it. Yeah, I'll stop here and I'll switch. But basically, this last row of cards is saying that JLo thought that they would be better off as just friends. But when I see this rainbow, I'm like, oh, yikes. What are you trying to say, Spirit? Is this saying that JLo maybe felt like maybe there was some fluidity there? Like Drake was maybe a little more effeminate than what she wanted or needed or expected. But then that's followed by this masculine card. And this says stability, authority, king, emperor, energy. So this is divine masculine energy. And coming after this rainbow card, I mean, I guess it's just truly saying that she just maybe was not attracted to him. She just saw herself better off with him as just friends and possibly just working together. I mean, they do have a big age gap too. I mean, JLo looks great. She's hot at any age, but I guess just because they're from two different generations also, there's just not much compatibility there. There's not much for her to be attracted to. This could be saying that she wanted someone that's more of a man, more masculine, more of a dominant man energy, and she probably saw more of a soft, feminine, passive energy from him. Not passive, because, you know, I guess it would just be, again, generational differences. Like, his approach is probably him thinking he's being respectful and reserved and considerate. JLo might be interpreting it as, oh wow, he's soft. Oh wow, he's not like taking charge, taking the lead, being masculine. So there may have just been some generational differences there. We see then these two cards, the illusionist and impersonation, which is kind of repeating what I was getting in some of the earlier cards, that maybe JLo perceives Drake to be wearing a mask, to be faking it to make it. With this illusionist card again, and impersonation, you're not who you say you are, you're faking it. So I'll leave this one here, but I will just quickly pull a few from here as well to see if we can expand upon what these cards are saying or get some clarity on what exactly happened between JLo and Drake for that to not work out. Ooh. Okay. Spirit, what really happened between JLo and Drake? Why didn't that work out? Because they did indeed seem to look very cozy in the pictures together way back when they were seen in the pictures together, when they were working together. But why didn't that work out? Okay, we're seeing a repeat of what I saw in this first layer of cards. So the veil was lifted. Someone was wearing a mask and they were not what they seemed. So the truth was revealed. This veil was lifted, or this idea that someone is just not being their authentic selves. And so you can't really trust them, since the veil card was in reverse. But it seems to be saying that the closer, or the limited amount of time that JLo spent with Drake in close proximity, she got to just see that he is not what he seems to be. There seems to be a mask, there seems to be voids that he's masking for, and she didn't like that. And there was not a real love connection. We're getting this real love card in reverse. She didn't really feel it for him. She didn't feel it for him, she didn't see it for him. Now this house card came out. Confusing. I don't know what this means, but house usually indicates something to do with stability. So I'm just thinking about how I would interpret this if this was the Rider-Waite Smith Tarot deck. This is the Four of Wands, would have something to do with someone's house. So I guess stability being faked somehow. Could it be saying something about instability? I'm not clear on that. Let me just see what else we're getting. Evil eye, opposition. Interesting. Okay. So we're getting the nice guy card in reverse, indicating that I guess JLo originally thought that he'd be a nice guy, but it turned out that he's not. In her perception or whatever. Let's try to fix it. That's why I usually pick up the cards before I put more down, but I was just trying to combine these two readings to see if I could get clarification and more context. Yeah, so it seems like she just didn't feel like he was her kind of guy with this real love and this nice guy card both in reverse. We're also seeing this death card or this transition card in reverse. So the death card in the Rider-Waite Smith Tarot deck usually indicates a fear of change, someone that's resisting a change and an elevation, a transformation into bigger and better. So someone that's holding on to their older self, avoiding an ego death and an ascension into an awakening, or as I said, a better and elevated version of themselves. So maybe that's just trying to say that she felt that he had some growing up to do. And I will leave it here. Ooh, wow. Oh, interesting that I said ascension. Someone's not ascending, as I was saying with that transition card. But I think I will leave it here with this blocked card. So maybe she felt that he was blocked emotionally, like he wasn't making himself emotionally available. And she felt like this is not really someone that I need to grow with or build with long term. So yeah, to put it short, it just seems like JLo was not feeling him. I get a feeling that she was reading him wrong, but as I mentioned before, it seems like there were some generational differences there that led her to kind of feel however she felt. And that's okay. That's okay. Everything's not for everyone. But let's see if I could throw out some quick cards for what was the true history between JLo and Diddy, because there's whispers that Diddy might be getting out much earlier than expected. That's my chair, by the way. I'm just wiggling because my leg's falling asleep, and been on stream with you guys for almost 5 hours now. So just trying to push through on this last one. I would like to see what the cards have to say about what really was the true nature of the relationship between JLo and Diddy, because I was recently editing some of my video clips and I realized that in the reading that I did in my Diddy Doc special live stream on JLo and Diddy, I think it was towards the end of my live stream, similar to how it is right now, where I've done so many readings and then by the time I get to the end, I'm a bit tired. So I didn't really get a clear message. And so I just wanted to try it again with a different deck. But way back then, before Cassie, the Cassie Ventura, who brought the allegations that led to the big Diddy trial that happened last year, which is why Diddy currently is incarcerated. Way back before Cassie, there was JLo, and there was, of course, Kim Porter, which we heard about through the great psychic Sloan Bella. But because JLo was wedged in between Cassie and Kim Porter, I was just always curious on... Oh my God, hold on one second. So because JLo was in between those Diddy girlfriends that we've heard so much about and heard about some of the unfortunate things that they endured while in relationship with Diddy, I've just always been curious about what exactly did JLo experience while she was with Diddy, because if he behaved a certain way with the girlfriend that was before her and a certain way with the girlfriend that was after her, then one would imagine that Diddy may have tried certain things with JLo as well. This is Kim Porter. And as you saw in the previous picture, this is the girlfriend Cassie. So I am interested to see what the cards share with us about what was the true history between JLo and Diddy. What was their relationship truly like, Spirit? Did JLo have to experience any of the darker side of things that perhaps Cassie and Kim Porter experienced? Or was she able to break up with him and remove herself before he got to be convincing or pushy, or however it is that he approaches these women to engage in his lifestyle preferences? So let's see what the cards have to say about what was the true history between Diddy and Jennifer Lopez, Spirit. Did this pop out? I'm not going to accept it because if it went flat again. Let me just give it one more good shuffle. If it pops back out, then we know intellectual theft, stealing ideas somehow is a part of the relationship, but I doubt it. So let's see what else we can get from these cards about what was the true nature of the relationship between Diddy and JLo. What was their relationship really like, Spirit? Did JLo experience any of the same things that Cassie and Kim Porter did, or was she more protected? Did he give her a different version of himself? Did she peace out as soon as he tried something, and she was no nonsense, no funny business? What exactly happened? So interestingly enough, indeed, the intellectual theft card popped out again. The card that kind of sort of flipped over when I was first shuffling. And so yes, that's a confirmation that indeed this idea of stealing one's ideas, or maybe trying to gain knowledge from someone. So I guess this is saying that because Diddy had so much experience in the music business and in the entertainment industry, perhaps JLo saw that as an opportunity for her to learn a lot from him. I wouldn't think that this is actual intellectual theft, like she stole his copyright of a few songs or something, or vice versa. Or maybe, I don't know, because actually they did work on music together, so I wonder. I wonder if this could also be saying that maybe Diddy was holding it over JLo's head, that he had certain music of hers and he wouldn't release it unless she complied with XYZ. Perhaps, maybe, allegedly, no facts, no truth. Tarot and oracle cards. But this could be saying those two things, that Diddy may have been controlling with the music angle that he may have been doing with JLo, and or JLo could have seen the advantages to having proximity to someone with as much knowledge and connections as Diddy. So then, yikes, we're seeing this spell work card in reverse. So if there was any spell work, black magic, curses, or hexes, if anyone tried any of that black magic, bad juju stuff, it seems like it didn't work. It backfired. So someone had to deal with the consequences of that. So if JLo was trying to black magic on Diddy to get certain benefits, it seems like she didn't get it, or it feels more likely like whatever negative energy Diddy was trying to do to capture JLo, it didn't work. So then we're seeing the intent to hurt or harm. Yikes. When we see this card, it's usually about someone that might try to get violent. And actually, we're seeing a gun here. There is a famous or infamous story of the shooting at a nightclub in 1999 where Diddy and JLo were in attendance along with another artist, another rapper under Diddy named Shine. And the story goes that Shine ended up taking the fall, but somehow it is rumored that Diddy may have been the one that shot the lady in the face. The lady that got shot in the face, she herself says that she saw Diddy pull the trigger. Allegedly, no facts, no truth, just tarot and chatting, rehashing rumors, speculation, and stories that have been out in the industry, out in the internet streets for a long time. But they say, they claim, they allege, they are suspecting that JLo was the one that may have brought the gun into the club, that she may have had it in the tuck, in the purse, in the Gucci or the Louis or whatever it is that she was carrying back in 99. And so there is this intent to harm, I guess. If you know you're carrying a gun, I guess someone expects to use it. Now, I'm sure they didn't expect to use it on the lady that got shot. It seems like she was just caught in a crossfire. But the fact that we're seeing a gun so early on in this reading is kind of reinforcing this urban legend that there may be some truth to those suspicions and rumors that indeed JLo and Diddy had a lot more to do with that shooting than was actually carried out in the court of law, or than what was actually brought to justice in the court of law. And also, something about that shooting is part of why Diddy and JLo kind of have an unspoken bond or agreement. Like, okay, I'm keeping my lips sealed about this, and so I'm gonna benefit from that. Kind of like, I scratch your back, you scratch mine, and we both evade consequences of being a part of a shooting that shouldn't have happened. Ooh, interesting. Union card in reverse. So this could be saying that they broke up because they weren't meant to be. It's somehow giving like the Lover's card in reverse in the Rider-Waite-Smith tarot, either the Lover's card or the Two of Cups in reverse. So either they lost their spark, whatever it is that they found attractive for each other, they lost that after this shooting incident, or they just were never meant to be. They were not compatible to begin with. It was always about, what can I get from this? How can I benefit? And someone perhaps maybe even taking it as far as trying to manipulate the energy to try to benefit and capture or keep the other person in their life. So things definitely changed after this shooting, which pretty much goes with what we saw happen, is that JLo and Diddy break up shortly after that incident. Okay. Adaptability, change, adjustment. Feminine abundance, queen, fertility, goddess, empress, energy. Okay. So someone has a hard time with change, a fear of change, of resistance to change. And we're also seeing this feminine card right after, this divine feminine. So I wonder, what is that saying? That JLo was resistance to change somehow? Like but what was she what change was she resisting? Let me get clarity on that. Oh, a setup, a lack of knowledge, so playing stupid, setup, entrapment. I'm more so feeling like this is saying like making a deal. Not really getting a clear message here, but I'll just show the cards until I figure out what it's trying to say. So someone being set up, quagmire, and entrapment. It's feeling like a bad deal, like a contract, like what I was saying earlier. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I'll keep my lips sealed about this as long as you make sure that you make opportunities for me, or clear the path for me, or connect me with this or that, whatever it is. It seems like it was an unfair deal, but we're also seeing something about divine feminine. So what I'm thinking is like, this is JLo being, hold on. This is JLo being elevated and catapulted into the spotlight and, allowing herself to be her best self, to be great, to get all the glory, to get all the celebrations of just being this hot dancer, actress on the scene and musician. So somehow the setup or the entrapment is that it comes at a high cost, is what this may be saying. That, you got your part of the deal, but then you have to pay a lot on the other side. And it might not be paying with money, it might be paying with some other agreement. And this idea of a lack of change, what I'm getting is this reinforcement of like, I won't change my story. Like, I'm not going to all of a sudden start talking about what happened. We have a deal. As long as I get the fame, the access, the shine, the connections, whatever it is that JLo wanted out of this, which was, it's looking like it was a success. Seems like she agreed to not change up, to not switch up, but in the end, it came at a high cost somehow. And I guess we don't know what that cost is because it doesn't seem to be financial. But this knowledge card in reverse, it's about acting like you don't know something and reinforcing what we said, that JLo is keeping true to her story of not knowing about that shooting. What's to say? Witchy sister. Wow. Should I accept that? Ooh, game over, ending completion. A witchy sister. I don't know how this applies. That can be very dramatic. Very dramatic, and sometimes the cards can kind of throw me off because they don't relate immediately. But then sometimes when I'm editing these readings later to upload the clips, then I look back on it like, oh, wait a second, it could have been saying this. I mean, the only thing that I'm thinking, witchy sister, is bringing me back to this spell work, black magic curse hex card, that whoever tried to do anything to manipulate the energy or the spirits somehow, it backfired on them. And I know that JLo has some sisters. I don't know if there's a witchy sister, but it could just be reinforcing this idea that whoever was their practitioner, whoever there was their voodoo priestess doing their black magic, that they actually were set back instead of getting ahead somehow. So because we did see the setup and it did feel like it's communicating that you made a deal and you get your part of the bargain, but it's a higher cost to pay. It seems like maybe whoever was dabbling in the black arts, it seems like they had to sacrifice themselves energetically or give up. Oh, I hope that's not the case. It's kind of going off into the conspiracy world. I don't believe these things, but I'm just trying to read the cards for you guys. Maybe literally someone had to be sacrificed. Yikes, that's kind of crazy. That's too much. I don't know. I hope not. Not my world. I definitely cannot relate to any of that. But yeah, that's a maybe. But bringing it back to what is kind of making a little more sense for me, this whole idea of like, you hold up your part of the bargain of not speaking about this incident, and you will be catapulted into the spotlight to be successful and to be seen as this divine feminine of being so great. It turns out to not be a good deal because you have to end up paying for a lot longer than how you benefit. Repaying, I should say. You have to pay it back. It's a lifelong contract that you've committed to. It's a setup. It's an entrapment. And we saw this game over card come out in reverse. So meaning there is no end to. So it's reinforcing this idea. So it's reinforcing this idea that this is an entrapment. It's a bad deal. It's a bad contract. It's a bad agreement that they had to allow JLo to benefit up front. And now JLo is probably dealing with the aftermath of the back end of the deal of having to sacrifice whatever it is that she has to sacrifice in her life, in her energy, or whatever it is that she had to do, whatever she had to agree to. Interesting to see so many repeating cards. I'm actually going to just cut it here. This does say caution, warning, danger, though. I'm just going to show that. Collective. Yeah, this is not applicable. I mean, this does say alpha, female, leader, assertive, dominant. I guess it's saying that that's the energy that JLo's in, or maybe this is another woman that came in to be a part of things, because it's followed by this promiscuity lust card. And I wonder if this is saying that part of the deal was that JLo had to be tolerant of either Diddy's promiscuity or be involved in maybe some sexual setups. It's a little too late or too early in the morning, wherever you're watching this, for me to really say the things. I'm not really receptive to such heavy energy at this time, so I would hope not, but maybe sort of, because it's not too far-fetched after all that we've learned about Diddy and his lifestyle from the Diddy trial, that he would have maybe wanted or expected her to engage in freak-offs somehow, or while they were together, she had to tolerate him having an open relationship on his end. So maybe that is something, saying something about retroactively. I don't know. She just ended up not finding him attractive after this incident. They fell out. They fell off. She just lost whatever it is that she had for him. Whatever benefits she saw from him, she kind of just was like, well, let me just take mine and get out of here. Let me agree to whatever it is that I need to agree to. Sorry, I'm yawning. That means it's time to wrap things up. It's time to wrap things up. Pulled a lot. I'm just going to pull a few more from here. Spirit, final cards to clarify what exactly was the history or the nature of the relationship between JLo and Diddy. Spirit, let's get a few cards out about Jennifer Lopez and Sean John Combs. Sean Diddy Puffy Combs. Sean Diddy Puffy Combs and Jennifer Lopez. Spirit, let's get a few cards out to see what exactly was the truth of the nature of their relationship. Okay, not helpful. Hello card popped out in reverse. So let's see if we can get more clarification on what that means, because I don't get it. But it could be like someone trying to approach someone, trying to greet someone, trying to connect with someone, and there's rejection somehow. Like, I don't receive you. It's no hello. Here's my back. Oh no! Yikes! So we're seeing the abuse card. So indeed, perhaps, maybe, allegedly, no facts, no truth, just tarot and oracle cards. There may have been some version of abuse that JLo experienced in that relationship. Ooh, yeah, less than divine. Definitely not godly things. We're seeing this divinity card in reverse. Now, does this feel like it applies? This is the mature man card. Okay, so maybe she had to be with an older guy. Maybe that was like part of the deal, or part of the dynamics of the relationship, is that Diddy may have had her be with an older guy, allegedly, just reading the cards. Okay, so here we're seeing thoughts about love, and there's like a face of longing and sadness here. So it may have been a very unfulfilling relationship for JLo romantically. Like, she wasn't really getting the true love that she wanted, or the kind of love that she would have been satisfied with in a relationship. It was more so like agreements, like making deals. Like, the attraction doesn't seem to be too strong in these cards. It's more so like tit for tat, scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And that agreement, as I was seeing earlier, that was entrapment. It was a setup. It wasn't a good deal for her. She had to pay more than what she got from it. Of course, this seems like a lifelong thing, because she ended up with a lot of success, but maybe she regrets all that she had to go through in the upfront. Oh no. we're seeing the Jezebel card in reverse, but then it's followed by the travel card that was also in reverse. So is this saying something about he was limiting her ability to move around? And Jezebel, so instead of, I don't know, it seems like he was controlling her, like he just wanted her to himself, and so limiting her ability to go out and hang out and be free the way she wanted to, perhaps. Maybe that's why she was left longing for a different kind of love, a different kind of relationship. Ooh, karmic femme. That's not for this. Let me see. Yeah, I think cards are not really mating too much. Yeah, so karmic femme. It seems like either JLo was getting karma back from whatever she agreed to around this shooting. I'm not clear on if it's before or after, but this karmic femme could also be someone that came into Diddy's life after. But let me see if I can process this, because since it's so late, I might just be, things might be slipping through the cracks. Karmic femme. Could it be saying that JLo was the karmic femme to Diddy? I don't know. It more so felt like this is saying that JLo got karma from her agreement with Diddy somehow. And that is what has limited her ability to elevate, to ascend. There's some blockage, there's some limitation here, either energetically, spiritually, or in terms of career. There might be some blockage since we got this occupation card in reverse. And there's something illegal. We're getting this legal card in reverse as well. So I think I'll just leave it there, because I'm starting to feel a bit drained and I feel like I'm not getting clear messages. So that's just a sign of fatigue. You know, this kind of work requires a lot of energy. So I will just leave it there and maybe revisit this in the future if there's any new developments on what is coming out of the Diddy things, the legal things. If JLo ever speaks about she experienced, if there's any truth to this abuse card and this possible promiscuity card. But there are definitely some things in these cards that reinforce some of the things that the public had already suspected around the shooting, around a deal being made to elevate JLo's career, and about both Diddy and JLo perhaps receiving karma from all of those arrangements in the aftermath. And it seems like to be something that's being paid back over a lifetime, not a deal that just ends within whatever was immediately exchanged. It's like you're paying it back through karma for your whole life. Maybe the karma is not having a healthy relationship work out, because JLo has not exactly been the most stable in her love life. She has had a lot of whirlwind romances, but it's grand opening, grand closing. The recent reconnection that she had with Ben Affleck was unfortunately unsuccessful. They divorced, and now she's just outside shaking it, popping it, looking great, looking fabulous, and enjoying her life as best she can, as she should. But I guess maybe this is a pain that she carries forever, that she doesn't find the right love, the right partnership that she would like, that she longs for. And it might be due to some lingering karma from whatever she agreed to with the whole Diddy thing. So let's see if there's ever any news about them, Diddy and JLo. Make sure you guys like, comment, and subscribe to be notified of when I do these streams. Of course, be in touch if you'd like a personal reading. The link is in bio. Thank you all for your likes, for your hearts, for your comments, and for your support. Big hearts right back at you. As a small and new creator, it means so much. So thank you. Hearts right back. I wish you all abundance and illumination. May divine light radiate through your life. Keep shining. Thank you. Yeah. Summer. But something different, something festive. Okay. You have a good night. Ciao.